Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, it's 4 o'clock. If everybody wants to get a seat, we will get started. That was pretty quick. We will call the February 18th, 2025 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 4 p.m. And we will, is it going to be a long night? She's bringing me too. We will start, as we always do, with an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'll ask you to stand in just a moment if you would care to stand for the invocation and the pledge. You can. The invocation today is by Angelo Pereira of the Central Florida Free Thought Community.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I am a member of the Central Florida Free Thought Community and a proud resident of the City of DeLand. As you, the esteemed members of our County Council, begin work this afternoon, it might be beneficial to recall some words spoken by Abraham Lincoln. In his Gettysburg Address, Lincoln emphasized the crucial importance of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. I would venture to say that today, local government for the people has never been more important. Local government is where community citizens from different walks of life come together to build something that transcends personal interests. Local government is where new ideas for the betterment of our community are born. Local government is where those new ideas are put into action, shaping our future and the future of those who will come after us. As was said by a contemporary of Lincoln, the author, historian, and Unitarian minister Edward Everett Hale, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, Working together is success. We, the citizens of our community, count on you to work together with courage, patience, open minds, and steady hands, with an unwavering focus on what is just, wise, compassionate, always remembering that community leadership is about service, and service is about lifting others, strengthening trust, and ensuring that all voices and the needs they articulate are heard with empathy and respect. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I guess he's not running the gauntlet. Before we go on, I will let you know that the invocation is open to any faith group. If you are a member of a faith group that would like to participate, if you would just send an email to kgreen@volusia.org, the letter K, green@volusia.org, she will get you all set up. Okay, would you call the roll, please, Carissa?
Mr. Reinhardt,
Here.
Mr. Robbins,
Here.
Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Dempsey, Mr. Johansson, Mr. Kent,
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. So we have a full house and a quorum. So we will continue on with business, and we'll start with public participation. In public participation at the beginning of the meeting and at the end, you can speak on anything that pertains to Volusia County that's not an item. If you care to speak to an item, please fill out a form for that, and we will call you up. So our only participant in public participation tonight is John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, the town of Beachside. Feels like the end of the meeting rather than the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
A couple of things. On your agenda, you have airport art removal. Are we going to toss this art? Or are we going to redesign it or send it somewhere else? I know oftentimes the city just goes through, doesn't want playground equipment, and tosses it. They're redoing A1A, the $150,000 worth of trees just tossed. So if we don't want it at the airport, maybe we could use it at one of the parks or one of the cities. Secondly, the Ocean Center parking. How long has it been since we raised the fees for parking? I know that's an ongoing issue. I was just at a meeting last night, and we're talking about Bike Week, and they haven't raised the fees on Bike Week in like 30 years. So this idea of forgetting to raise fees, we're out a great deal of money. So if we are not having a set time limit when we look at these, I encourage us to do so. The R, is that parcel what I think it is? The 177,000 that we're buying from CSX, is that what I think it is? I hope it is, maybe. It could be the fuel depot land, no, darn it. And cultural, well, okay, last one, E-zone. I've been pushing my city, I got a gift from Ann Ruby of the package, 500 or so pages of our E-zone from like 17 years ago. And it basically is creating an entertainment zone along Main Street, which would of course benefit the Ocean Center and the Hilton and A1A and everybody. But as you know, our city is not very good at pushing things. It's been, I think, 40 years since they started working on Main Street and improving it. So I'm not expecting a great deal, but I do expect you all, especially Matt and Troy, to push the city because it benefits everybody. It is an economic engine, correct, David? And the more money that area makes, the more money the county makes. The more money the county makes, everybody's happy. So I would ask you to encourage the city to work on the E-zone, especially the pier. Ken Strickland brought it up. It would be fantastic to have the enlarged pier and hopefully Echo funds as well. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and I'm sure staff will get you an answer to your question about art, but I can assure you that nobody's going to throw anything out. So,
You're correct. It never gets thrown out. It gets moved around in other buildings and places, gets stored for a while, and then goes back out again. So,
okay,
and the item in this meeting is adding to the art.
right. And there's some good pieces. Okay, that takes us to the consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they would like to pull for a vote?
Mr. Brower, your
Pardon?
first item would be the approval of the agenda before consent.
We do. Item 1, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
Second, Reinhardt.
We have a move by Jake Johansson to approve the agenda as written, and the second was by Matt Reinhardt. Danny, did you have a?
E.
Okay.
We can do it for a vote.
No comments on this. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the agenda is approved 7-0. And polling for a vote is item B.
E.
E.
E is an echo.
As in echo. Okay.
Chairman, motion to approve the consent agenda absent item E.
Let me ask one more question.
Sure.
Are there any items anybody would like to comment on after the vote?
P.
P? No one else? Okay. So we have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item E. That motion was by Troy Kent. Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Second by Councilman Robbins. All in,
Mr.
actually, before we vote, we have one member of the public that would like to speak on this. Nancy La Riviera, if you would like to come down to the front, and you will have 3 minutes to speak to us about the consent agenda.
Nancy La Riviere, 2215 East New York, DeLand, Florida. I'm a perennial member of the U.S. parachute team and have 7,000 parachute jumps and commercial pilot, multi-engine. Have about a dozen world records and have been a national accuracy champion in parachuting. So we're having this International Parachute Symposium in Daytona Beach, March 9 through 14. And in the past, we've kicked it off with a demonstration jump onto the beach. And we'd like to do that this year to kick off the symposium, but also to honor a founding member of the PIA who passed away last year, John Sherman. I have submitted a special event permit with the Beach Safety Division, filled out an application for USPA demo jump insurance for $1 million through Kimmel Aviation Insurance Company that regularly insures demonstration parachute jumps. I'll be submitting an FAA 7711-2 form to provide all the parachuting demo information to the FAA. We will submit a NOTAM on the day of the jump. Met with Bob Hallett from Skydive DeLand just the other day to coordinate aircraft. He would probably be the one flying. And crowd control would be accomplished by having a ground crew of at least 4 experienced demo jumpers who will have ground-to-air communication and wind indicators that will be conspicuous enough for the jumpers to see from 1,500 feet. The least experienced person on this jump probably has 3,000 jumps, And she's a very experienced professional demonstration jumper with the Misty Blues. The most experienced person, and there would be just 3 of us, would be a man named Bob Feisthamel, who is, again, a commercial multi-engine pilot, has over 12,000 jumps, is a world record holder, national champion. And so this would be conducted with the utmost professionalism and be very conservative. If the winds exceed our safety level, we would cancel the jump. And we've done that before on past demos. So I'm asking permission to be able to land on the beach. The whole affair would take probably under 15 minutes. Any questions? If you have questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions. It's an exciting event for Daytona and for all of Volusia. I'm looking forward to it as a former skydiver with a total of, I think, 6 jumps. It's pretty exciting. To hear 3,000 to 7,000, you have nerves of steel.
I heard that.
Okay, so we will vote on the consent agenda minus item E. Is there any discussion about it? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the consent agenda passes, and now we will handle item E.
Good afternoon. Tim Bailey, Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director.
MP.
Good.
Yes, Councilman Robbins, I'm sorry, I thought you were just.
Nope, it's okay. Tim, I appreciate you coming up and everything that you do for us here in Parks. I just had a couple quick questions about the program. Can you explain the Art in Public Places program and
Sure.
the nuts and bolts of it?
Right, so any project that is greater than $1 million for construction for Volusia County in a public building is part of the Art in Public Places program. 0.5% to 1% of the construction cost has to be set aside for Art in Public Places. There's a committee then that is established to select the art or solicit the art, select the art, and then we bring that recommendation of the artwork back to County Council for approval.
Now, for these expenditures, is it coming out of the general fund? Is it general fund expense?
Airport budget.
Airport budget?
Right.
Even with that being said, my question is to staff and to council, is there a better way to do this? I know this program's been in place since about, what, 1990?
Yeah, it's been a while, yeah. Ocean Center is a good example of the Art in Public Places program. Art at the airport is also a good example.
And ultimately, council, what I'm, and I don't know if it's possible, but we contribute roughly to $600,000 to cultural arts and arts related programs.
Yeah.
Would it be?
It's 2 different programs.
I understand,
Yeah,
I understand, but they do kind of overlap a little bit, correct?
No.
They don't?
The only where they overlap is a cultural council member sits on the committee that selects art.
Okay, but cultural arts, there's no, when we donate that $600,000 or contribute, there's
yeah,
no
the-
arts programs that we,
So, yeah, so let me explain
That's-
2 different.
that's where I'm trying to-
Yeah, right, okay. So, the 611-758 that you're talking about is actually a grant for cultural grant operations, currently, right? We're gonna talk about that later today. But that goes for programs that the nonprofits operate in Volusia County. Has nothing to do with the Art in Public Places,
Right.
2 separate programs. When they're looking at the artists, who create the art for the Art in Public Places, they could be a part of one of the, organizations that receive money, but typically it's an individual artist that is contracted with the county to create art.
ultimately what I was looking to do, Tim, to see if any of those funds or any of those 501s that deal with art and that sort of stuff, if they can volunteer to put their material out just to save the county some money, because when I compound it over 30 years, if you do a $60,000 a year for 30 plus 35 years, you're looking at $2.3 million over the span of that time. So is there a better way that we can utilize that $600,000 or get some of these nonprofits on board to donate this art to save us some money in this other fund, or is that even
Well,
possible?
possible. You have some museums that have art in their supply, right? Daytona Beach Museum of Arts and Sciences would be a good example of that.
Right.
And Volusia County had some donated art in the county building here, right? So there is a possibility, but typically the artwork that we're looking at, like say the Ocean Center, that's not just pictures, that's
Right.
sculptures, the artwork that's hanging in the rotunda area there, that's all not something that the museum would be donating out. Typically it's pictures that donate out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just, I'd like to hear what the rest of the council has to say, if there's another way to maybe do it efficiently, or double tap that other fund, or.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when we get 3 more airlines and have a new wing, will we be putting a monument to Cyrus? There.
Well, if it's over $1 million, then it would comply with the Art in Public Places program, right?
I missaid your name, so it didn't come out well. So, a more serious question. Just thought came into me now. Are we using similar artists every time this goes out, or we have a well-diversified group of new artists participating?
Different. Yeah, they're typically different artists in every call.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Councilman Troy Kent.
Chairman, thank you, and I'm pleased we're having this discussion because I didn't know how I felt about this years ago when I served on the Ormond Commission, and I can tell you that I'm actually a huge advocate for this now. Even more so for this than our cultural council. Sorry, those out in the audience don't like hearing that comment. But when you talk about 0.5% or 1%, and when you're building something over $1 million, I think when I walk up here, I'm a creature of habit. I like to park in this basically the same place every day when I come here. And I walk up and I see that fountain right outside the chambers here.
Mm-hmm.
That's art. When I look at the courthouse, to me, that's art. This building, not so much. Okay? But in Ormond Beach, we built a couple of new fire stations, and we have some statues there that are wonderful pieces of art. And when I saw this list, I didn't know any of the artists except for Balaker. And I've heard of, I don't know Balaker, but I've heard of Balaker because he's been commissioned to do some really great pieces up in Ormond Beach. And a lot of his deal with fish and fishing and things like that. And at the airport, I didn't know how that was going, to work out. So I'm okay with this. I'm pleased that the county has a program like this, because there is something that you add as a society when you're building something, and you leave something there, a piece of enjoyment for people to enjoy at their leisure, and how they want to interpret it. I heard some chuckles when I said, the little fountain out there, and when I talked about the courthouse. But to me, they're both beautiful. That fountain, throughout the year, they change the colors at night. So, I get a little enjoyment when I leave here at 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m., and I'm walking back to my car and I see that fountain lit up. I go, hey, all right, appreciate that the county did that. So I'm in support.
Thank you. We might leave at 10 today if we can get through this. Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Sharon. Just to close out, no, I agree with Mr. Kent's assessment on it. I was just mainly looking to see if, not knowing the nuts and bolts of it, and that's my fault, but to see if we can do it in a different manner or in a more efficient manner. But if you're saying that the way you did, I'll take your word for it. Thank you, Tim.
Would you like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilman Robbins, second by Councilman Reinhardt. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item E is approved 7-0. And that will take us to item P for a comment.
I just wanted to make a quick comment on item P, Chairman, if that's okay.
Yeah, I just said item
Yep.
P, comment. Are you going to start, or would you like,
I don't need staff. I
Okay.
I pulled that not for a vote, just to make a comment at the end of the consent agenda. Because Mr. Nicholson brought up, a very valid point, which was how often are you all adjusting the rates at the parking garage? And we adjusted the rates for the Ocean Center parking garage about a year and a half ago, if my memory serves me right. And under the very capable leadership of Lynn Flanders, who's in the back, wave, Lynn, so they can see who you are, the director of the Ocean Center, her implementation, and basically it's a very, in my opinion, reviewing the item, it was pretty minuscule. We didn't have a rate if you stayed 24 hours in the garage. Now we're going to. And we're looking at probably an increase of about $50,000 by this. And there was one or two other small tweaks, Lynn, that you and your team came up with. And I just wanted to say thank you, because that, I think, as Mr. Nicholson mentioned, is an appropriate way to handle things like this. And this way, we're not going 10, 12, 15 years and hammering everybody with a huge increase. I'm for those small incremental increases that certainly we can deem as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to item 3, which is a proclamation that will occur right here on World Encephalitis Day.
This one.
You going to start it, or Michael Ryan? It's yours.
You want to? Okay. So last year, if you remember, gentlemen, we did this proclamation at the request of Kat Atwood. Kat Atwood is a former city commissioner for the city of Port Orange. Kat had to step down early as a result of this very debilitating disease. There's a lot of awareness just in the past year that is being brought to this in remembrance of those, obviously, that suffer from it, as well as bringing awareness to it. So I'll start with the 27 whereases. Just kidding. Whereas every minute, one person is diagnosed with encephalitis around the world. That's about 500,000 cases a year. And whereas encephalitis is a serious inflammation of the brain that can be caused by infectious agents, autoimmune disorders, mosquito and tick bites, and other factors. And whereas symptoms, which can range from mild to severe, including fever, headache, sensitivity to light, stiff neck, mental confusion, and seizures. And whereas encephalitis has a high death rate of up to 40% and a relapse rate of 12 to 35%, and survivors are often left with an acquired brain injury and long-term neurological complications. And whereas early recognition and treatment can save lives and important patient outcomes. And whereas World Encephalitis Day was launched in 2014 and is recognized annually on February 22nd with the mission to raise global awareness about encephalitis and therefore save lives and build better futures. And now, therefore, we, the Volusia County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim February 22nd, 2025 as World Encephalitis Day in Volusia County, and thank Port Orange resident Kat Atwood for her valiant efforts to elevate encephalitis awareness in our community, dated February 22nd, 2025, and signed by council. So if you happen to see Kat, I was hoping she'd be here today, so if you do, she, I know, is still trying to conquer some of the side effects from that, so our thoughts and prayers are with her as well. But thank you very much, staff, for putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to make a motion to approve your presentation?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Matt Reinhardt, second by Councilman Robbins. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no, and your presentation passes 7-0, Matt. Item 4, recognition of the 2024 Citizens Academy. Dana Page. How long have we been doing this, George?
Well, we did it for 7 or 8 years, and then we had a break for a while, and then I brought it back in 2018.
Good. I get a lot of compliments from people that go through it, and some of which were surprised they took it, thought they would be bored, and they weren't. So good job, Dana.
Nothing boring about county government.
Well, good afternoon, Chair, council members, staff. Dana Page, Human Resources, and we're here this evening to present to you the 2024 Citizens Academy. The participants began their classes weekly every Thursday for 12 weeks in September. We met virtually and in person, and we kicked it off in week 1 in person. They got to meet and hear from the county manager and ask him all sorts of questions. And then the following weeks, they met with all the different departments and divisions, and they heard from the presenters. They were able to ask them questions. In addition, we had Saturday morning field trips that included the landfill, the Emergency Operations Center, the Fire Training Center, Daytona Beach Library, DeBerry Hall. So I would be remiss if I didn't take a minute to thank Nicole DeShano and Casey Hansel, who co-facilitated this process. And at this time, I'd like to present to you the 2024 Citizens Academy. They'll come up and be recognized, and then if it's your pleasure, take a picture with council.
Yeah. Are we going to hear their names first? Are you going to make them say their names?
All right. This is good. I see you all, and you're all centered. Okay, ready?
Interesting.
Oh, dear. Let me get my iPhone. I'm so sorry.
Al's got his.
I'm sorry about that.
It's the Steve Jobs.
Okay, now I see y'all. Ready? Okay, one more. Oh, wait a minute. Matt and everybody take a half step that way. Okay,
We don't really need Matt in the picture.
now I see you better. One more. Gotcha, thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Dana, why don't you read off their names?
So with us this evening, we had Kristen Gandy, John Palmatier, Kirsten Finley, Phyllis Terry Malia, Shayna Olson, Bill Partington. We also had Shirley Thompson and Sonia Niles.
Dana, just curious, did they indicate which department head maybe gave the best talk?
They loved everyone equally.
I would ask, is this the grand finale of the class, being here with us today?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
It all culminates right here. And this is game day, so.
Okay, how about a motion to approve this recognition?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Matt Reinhardt,
Second.
second by Councilman Kent. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And you are formally recognized, 7-0. And you didn't even have to stand up here and say your own names. Okay, item 5, the Cultural Council recommended modification to the Community Culture Grants Program. And you are not Dr. Burball.
Yes, I am filling
Tim
in tonight.
Bailey.
Yep, good afternoon, Chairman, Honorable County Council members. I'm Tim Bailey, Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. Tonight before you, or this afternoon before you, are the updated recommended modifications to the Community Cultural Grant. And I just wanted to give just an update. These were the 3 items that were asked by council to staff and the Cultural Council to review and modify in the current program. And this is an update to the last time we met here. If you see before you the 3rd column to the right, which is on your right-hand side of your screen, that is the updated recommendations to the Community Cultural Grant. So the max grant for the organizations that have an operating budget of $40,000 or less would be $8,000. There was a request for match. The Cultural Council thought that because this is startup monies, that we wanted to give them a leg up to grow and to enhance their program. So they recommended the $8,000 startup fundings without match. But they did believe that maximum of 3 applications over the org's lifetime at the $40,000 threshold would be appropriate. So they reduced the 5 applications over the org's lifetime to 3 applications over the lifetime. And then the next section here, where max award shall not exceed $85,000, they opted to go with a gradient approach, so it gave the organizations an opportunity to adjust. So in the upcoming 25-26 fiscal year, the maximum grant amount would be 70. Under 26-27, the max grant amount would be 50,000, and then up to 35,000 for all future years. So that gave a significant decrease to where we are now, which shall not exceed 85,000. In 3 years' time, it would be a maximum grant award of 35,000 for all future years. And then the way that formula would be devised would be 20% of the first 40,000, 10% of all expenses over 40,000 to get you up to that 35,000 after that 3-year time frame. But in the application, the applicant must include the expenses related to the program that they're using those funds for, as well as their expenses associated with that program and a plan to expand growth. So it's going from an operating grant to a program-based grant, and that's the important takeaway here. And the match, there would be a 1-to-1 match. So for a $35,000 grant, there'd have to be a $35,000 match for that program or programs that they're applying for. And then they could use both direct and indirect programming costs attributed to the cultural program offerings that they're asking for funding for. And then in this next page here, we're really talking about capacity building, growing the programs. So this is kind of a new program where there'd be 1 grant awarded annually to help either an applicant or a group of applicants to hire a consultant to help them with their programming and their plan for growth and growing that program and looking for other alternative funding sources. That's a 1 grant per year, and it could be 1 applicant or it could be a group of applicants. And then the last couple of recommendations, they had recommended that the per capita funding rate, which if you look at the 611,758, that equates to $1.08 currently right now per person per capita. They're recommending that be tied to growth. So as our population grows, the per capita rate for cultural arts grows. And then the last item here, which is direct staff to develop a dashboard. And similar to what we have for ECHO, there's a lot of transparency in where the funds go, how many people are served by that program. I think it's a great idea. We can do that internally. And that's, in a nutshell, the recommendations that they had come up with.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilman Santiago.
Question on the consultant side of thing, be able to use funds for consultant. I like the idea because many of these, especially startups, can utilize that expertise to help them be successful right out the gate, because oftentimes some of these fail because they don't have the right guidance. That being said, I'm concerned with, I think the commentary you said that one can take the full 25 or multiple 25s. Is there consideration for more guideline, parameters around that, so that it's I don't want one person to come in and say, hey, our consultant's charging us $25,000. Okay, give it to us.
Yeah, well, it's an application process, so any organization can apply, right? Any of the 501c3 cultural organizations can apply. They're looking, to help them grow. So bringing in other nonprofits for it's a group of, those cultural agencies would definitely benefit everyone. So as I talked to the room on that day, it seemed like a lot of folks seemed that that's kind of where they're heading, bringing in the group to help educate themselves and the other 501c3s to help them grow their programs.
I'll wait for my colleagues, but thank you for the explanation. I can see that not being what we would like for it to be. I'd rather put some more guidelines or a cap on that per entity, because I'm just concerned with it. This was my thoughts. I prefer to put a cap on that per consultant applicant.
Yep, and that was an up to.
I know,
Right,
I
yeah.
know. Up to means it could happen.
Right.
Yeah. Thank
You're welcome. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Bailey, I apologize. You might not have this information off the top of your head, but of our groups that apply for and receive funding, the Cultural Council funding of, I believe the tune the county puts aside right now currently is like $610,000.
611,758.
I was close. 611,758.
Yep.
611,758. Of the groups that come before us and receive money year after year, do we know which group has the smallest endowment and which group has the largest, and how much money they have in those endowments?
So,
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be funny.
yep, let me just take a quick look at what we have here. The least, the organization, the 501c3 that received the least amount of money would be the African American Museum of Arts, $3,703.
But you don't have the information about how much money they have in their savings account with.
I do not. This
Okay.
is based on their,
Right.
historically it was based on the operating program
Right.
costs or operating costs.
And so maybe some of them signed a yellow card and they're going to speak. Maybe they'll share that when they come before the podium. Thank you very much.
Councilman Santiago.
I forgot one question. Just for clarification, under the funding side, that recommendation came from the Cultural Council about adopting a $1.08 per capita, right?
Yep.
And have that increase based
On population.
what formula?
So as the population increases,
The 108 applies to the total population?
yeah, it would increase with the population.
Okay. Yeah, I'll wait for comments, but I have concerns with that also, tying future councils to a budget item that should be discussed annually, so, thank you.
Same thing, item, or page 6, adopt the current per capita funding at $1.08. What does it mean by adjusting for population?
So right now, if you take the 611,758 and you divide it by the county's population, you'll get $1.08. So keeping that relationship intact as the population goes up, the per capita would go up proportionally. So it would be more than a 611,758. It'd be 612,000 at the $1.08, 615,000 at the $1.08, depending on how large the population continues to grow.
Okay.
It would still be the $1.08, but it would be more than 611,758 as the population goes up.
Right. Okay, I'll comment on that when we get to debate. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, Tim, would we still be able to have like a catch-all denial clause for good reason? For instance, if we had a failed organization and then they come back and just rebrand as from ABC number 1 to ABC number 2 and then come in for another 5-year window of grants. I mean, do we have the ability in this proposal to just say, that's not what we intended. It's same people, different name.
Right.
And-
So a couple of things. One, the way the recommendations are here today, they have to be a new 501c3 with at least 1 year of operating behind them in order to reapply at some point in the future. They could, have a different name, but the same board, say hypothetically, because they have to have board members in their 501c3. So could that happen? Yeah, but there would have to be a question on why they were denied in the first place if they weren't, if they received funding and then they didn't perform, right? We issue a quarterly payment, so if they're not performing, they don't get the next quarterly payment. So if they don't successfully run that program based on what they pledged in their application, then they do not get their next quarterly payment.
I'm just saying if they come in as a whole new, under new management type of new corporation name. I'm sorry, if they come in under a new name, but basically the same players, we would have the ability just on an individual basis to turn it down just for good cause. Is that right?
Yeah, you could turn down any one of these
Okay.
501c3s. It comes to you as a recommendation from the Cultural Council based on their score and their application, right? But you could, as a policy board, to say, I don't want to fund this organization.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilman Reinhardt, Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. And I get where Mr. Dempsey's going. So if you had a 501 was failing, we didn't allow them that quarterly amount of money. They failed ultimately, and I understand they have a year behind them. What mechanism is in place? Say it's a year down the road, it's an entirely new name, but same functionality. Different board maybe even. Do we keep record of that? I think that's what you're going for. Do we
Well-
keep record of that so we as a council will know when we're getting ready to award funds, hey, this is the one that failed, several years ago under name XXX or whatever. So,
Well, you wouldn't.
and I'm only asking this for
Yeah.
your benefit because that's where I was going with. Thank you.
An organization that created a new 501c3, on year 2, they can apply. It doesn't prohibit anyone from applying. But you as a board, if you say, well, listen, there's the same board, they closed their doors, they didn't perform, now they rename themselves as a new 501c3, and they have a year behind them, and it meets all the other eligibility requirements, it scores on the application, you could, as the recommendations come before you, you could say, all right, we choose to not fund this organization. But from an eligibility standpoint, staff's role is to determine if they're eligible and they meet the criteria, and then the Cultural Council scores, and then you as a policy board can decide if you wanted to fund them or not.
Thank you. Before we go into debate, we'll hear from a couple of residents who wanted to speak on this item. First, we have John Nicholson.
John Nicholson at Hillside Beachside. I congratulate you for beating Trump to the task of looking at waste in government. However, I don't understand your reluctance to fund this particular entity. Having grown up, it was almost obligatory for all parents to take their children to the opera, to museums, to all kinds of places, to church on Sunday. It was mandatory. So parents thought that education was important. And part of that education was cultural education. It was a mark of an educated person to be able to be considered culturally educated. Apparently, you guys don't consider being culturally educated as advantageous, all right? I've been to one ballet, hated it, way too long, but I understand those that enjoy it, all right? I don't go to concerts. If I did, none of you would go to a concert that I would go to. I like Gregorian chant. I think I am 0.5% of the nation that likes Gregorian chant. But it is enjoyable to me. I grew up with Gregorian chant and I like it. So I would like you to look very carefully when you cut this. We've had the Symphony Society for 75 years. They would not be eligible because they're presumably, hopefully, for another 75 years. The things that we have culturally define us as a community. People move into communities because of the education, before the cultural ability that that community provides. So rather than cut this, I would ask that you increase and have a standard increase to the amount of money. When I first started teaching, I was making $17.89 a day. At your concept, you would want me to continue receiving $17.89 a day as a teacher. I don't know whether Mr. Kent could survive on $17.89 a day at his house. I couldn't. And in the future, things are only going to get more expensive for these cultural arts. So I ask you to increase it at least yearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen Wintermuth, followed by Kathy Thompson, followed by Tabitha Schmidt.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. And I appreciate that we're number 5 on the agenda. Truly. I'm here on behalf of Cinematheque of Daytona. It's our community's nonprofit art house cinema and live music venue. And to ask for your support in preserving this space that enriches our local culture, supports the artist, and brings people together. Our venue is more than just a theater. It's a home for independent film, a stage for local musicians, and a gathering place for people of all ages. In an era where small, independent theaters are disappearing, we stand as a beacon of artistic expression and community engagement. Every week, we showcase films that challenge, inspire, educate, movies that you're not going to find at the mainstream theaters. We also provide a platform for musicians to perform, ensuring local artists have a place to share their craft with the community. By running a nonprofit venue isn't very easy. Rising costs, limited funding, challenges keep a space like ours accessible, all mean that we rely on grants and the community support. Your investment will help us to upgrade our equipment when needed, keep ticket prices affordable, and expand our programming, including film discussions and live performances that highlight the incredible talent that's in our community. This isn't just about movies or music, it's about economic and cultural impact. Our events bring people to local businesses. We create jobs and make our county a more vibrant place to live. Without the support, we risk losing a vital part of our artistic landscape. I urge you to consider the role of Cinematheque of Daytona that we play in shaping our community and support us in our mission. With your help, we can continue to provide a place where there's film, music, community support. And I challenge all of you who have not attended Cinematheque of Daytona for one of the events, be it comedy, jazz, film, one of the business meetings that happen on a weekly basis, to come by, take a tour, and look and see what we're all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kathy Thompson.
Kathy Thompson, Daytona Playhouse. I just want to be sure you understand the math a little bit when we say 1-to-1 match. That doesn't really mean you put up a 1-to-1 match. If we're going to do a project for $50,000, which is what it would take for us to qualify for $25,000 from you, what's first going to happen is we, of course, have to have our $25,000, but when we're scored, the percent, our score, will impact how much money then. So the $25,000 that we're asking from you gets reduced to a 94% level. And then if there is insufficient money in the $611,000 to fund everybody who has submitted a project to you, everyone is cut by the percent of the total dollars you're missing. So let me give you an example. We have been qualified for $20,000 for the past 5, 6, 7, 8 years. We generally get $14,000. We get a 94% score, one of the highest. So that is the reality, and it's why that $8 growing is very, very important. Very quickly, Councilmember Kent, I was not laughing at you. If I don't laugh when somebody says endowment, I'll cry. I'm very proud of the legacy I've left with Daytona Playhouse in making sure the building will be here, sir. But I would guess easily, out of the 32 organizations who are getting a grant, 28 of us have no such thing as an endowment. We may have some savings set aside for emergencies, and Daytona Playhouse just did that. We were able to put $100,000 away, but we also have an insurance policy that only covers us for $1 million for a $3 million building. So if we get hit by a lightning strike or a hurricane, anything above that, we are going to be on the hook for. So we are desperate to start building a fund. We would love to have an endowment, sir. That's, I was going to answer, oh, you are here. I'm sorry, Councilmember Johansson. You asked last time, how come it isn't pay to play? And I think it was Councilmember Dempsey that pointed out when we grew up, and I'm putting us together, one parent could work and get a house, and you could buy a car, and we kids could do some things, often sponsored by the recreational department, though, or our school. The arts organizations that come to you, you don't take care of our facility. We are on the hook for full maintenance, and we aren't funded in the same way often sports organizations are. And today, 2 working parents can't afford the kind of fees they would need for the arts.
Thank you for your comments. Tabitha Schmidt.
Thank you, Tabitha Schmidt with the Museum of Arts and Sciences. I'm the CEO. First, I just want you to know I respect and appreciate your responsibility to the taxpayers. I understand what you're trying to do here. It's important to review things. I've been following this and I've been active, but I haven't spoke a lot because I understand, and this will be back to Councilman Kent's comment about the big endowment. We are definitely in a different boat at the museum than a lot of the other organizations, and I don't want that to be a factor in the decision. I did want to address, we are probably the largest endowment. That would be my guess. We are a $50 million endowment today, which is significant. We know this, with the support of the Browns behind us. So we are in a very unique position. But there is a misnomer that we have all the money in the world to work with. We pull 4% off of that endowment, which brings us about $2 million-ish a year, depending on the markets. Then as an organization, we are either fundraising or earning another $2.5 million to maintain the facility, to offer the programs, and to serve the community. So right now, we're actually, it's a lot. It's about $1 million that we are trying to raise every year between our fundraiser, between our grants, between just direct contributions in our membership program. The master plan, if you've been reading, obviously there's a big donation coming that will hopefully bring us to about $125 million endowment. Again, who has that, right? That's amazing. But we double our operating budget. We go from about a $4.5 million to about a $9 million operating, which means we're pulling around $5 million off our endowment, and now we're trying to raise another $4 million every year between annual contributions and earned income. So we do have to do a lot of work, and just like every nonprofit, we struggle with not enough staff members, not enough resources, and a constant tug and pull to provide a service to the community. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, and that's the end of public comment. We'll go to the council to discuss the issue, and I'll start with Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. I learned what Gregorian chant is. I looked it up. Pretty interesting. And for those, Gregorian chant is considered powerful due to its unique musical qualities, including its modal scales, lack of strict rhythm, focused on text and association with ancient religious traditions. So, for the audience.
It's horrible.
I was going to play it, but I said that don't go well. But to my colleagues here, I think first I want to thank staff and members of the committee that worked together. I know it was a little bit of a tension in the last meeting, and I think for the most part we found a middle ground in the proposals that I see here. To my colleagues, I think I'm generally okay with the recommendations on the, I guess it'd be the third column, that the board put together with two caveats that I think we should change. One, I think we should put a guardrail on the grants, the grant for the consultant. I would like to see something along the line, no more than 5,000 per consultant applicant to utilize to assist with a grant or expansion process versus just leaving that open for up to 25,000. And the second thing I would take out of this recommendation is the adopting of a per capita funding annually of $1.08 based tie-in population. The reason for that, it's not that it's not worthy of it. I prefer not to tie future councils to a budgetary number. I think that's something for us and the industry or the folks that are interested in this to come to us annually and say, this is what we need, this is what we'd like, and advocate each year. May not be good, it requires work, but everything in our budget for the most part competes for dollars. And to separate one, and it may be worthy that year, but I think the case needs to be made annually, just like any other of our budgetary items, to discuss how much funding we put towards each silo. With those two caveats, I'd be willing to accept everything that the council, or the Cultural Council, modified as a request. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you have the page number for the grants that you were?
I believe that was slide 5.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you. Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. So I've said it seems like the last 3 years, I'll go as one of the biggest advocates for anything cultural. Moaz, terrific job that you do. I was present and saw the challenges you have. Yes, you have the big endowment, but there's still multiple challenges that go with that big endowment. And you have the luxury, and I use that word loosely, but you have that, well, it is a luxury. You have that luxury of the Browns and how they feel about, that's personal to them. The Moaz is very personal. But it comes with, as you expand, which we want to see. But what comes with expansion and time comes a price tag with it. The Playhouse. I was there during one of my first term. I was with during that tour. And I would say out of all the tours that I did, nothing taken away from anyone else, but the Playhouse needed help. And what they were challenged with, we went home and we put together a bunch of stuff just to donate for props. We didn't have the money, but we found other ways to do it. I'm going to continue to be that big advocate for cultural. And I understand where you gentlemen are coming from. I love the pay-to-play explanation. I needed to hear that too. So I love that. And that's true. You know, I came from a single mom who didn't have that opportunity to put me into certain events as a kid without grants, without those types of things that were there for me to enjoy. I'm not the art guy. I said that before. You know, I'm the stick figure guy. So, but I also see what and how important the arts do bring from, and I explained that story, I think, 2 years ago with the inmate that was the behavioral problem, and how we took Art and turned him into one of the best behaved inmates that we have. So it is important. I've seen that ROI, you know, not in the dollar amount, but I've seen it, how it impacts people. So I'm very happy with the fact that the Cultural Council went back with an open mind. You met again, and I'm actually in favor of their modified recommendations. The consulting caveat, I agree, but I don't know if and I understand where you're coming from with the other, but I don't know if I agree with the dollar rate, you know, changing that. So I'd be willing to go with the modified recommendations with your first caveat. I'm okay with that.
The 5,000 cap
Yeah.
for consulting.
For the consulting, but not on the other. But yes, and then I'll wait to hear what the rest of the colleagues say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. A couple items based on remarks. I love Gregorian chants. I listen to a band called Enigma, which is very close to a Gregorian chant. I very much appreciate cultural arts. There's some people here who are in cultural arts that know that my 10 or 11 years here in the county, I have supported one or many of you, depending on my job, and I like cultural arts because it framed who I was. I was able to travel the world in my previous job in the military, and I got to see cultural arts that if you haven't been out of Volusia County, man, pick up a history book and look, but it's all beautiful. And if it wasn't for people giving Michelangelo money and time and paint, we wouldn't have some of those beautiful things. However, in some cases the government paid for those beautiful things, in some cases they didn't. I'd like to talk a little bit about pay to play. I run an organization that loosely does a lot of free work for culture, civic leadership, and other board responsibilities where the underprivileged have an opportunity to experience the things that privileged youth, in my case, get to experience. And that's not done by knocking on government's door, asking them for money, saying, if you don't do this, the kids won't get. I found, just personally, I found that scholarships are available at all levels. I had 2 boys play varsity sports where they're pay to play, and we could afford to pay. We wrote a check. There's other kids that couldn't, and we wrote a check. So there are people out there willing to go the extra mile to allow the people that are less fortunate to play without making them feel bad, and getting to spend some time in a band boosters, in ballet, and things of that nature. So I am still a big fan of pay to play where it matters. I also understand that there's a lot of cultural arts, and there are a lot of arts type organizations out there that are kind of duplicative in their efforts. And because you're passionate about something over here, and one city over, you're passionate about the same thing but have a different organization, but you both come to the table looking for money, then you know, from up here, I'm like, why can't you just both get together and we can help you fund one organization? A lot of times that doesn't happen as well. But I think there's some merit to the Cultural Council and the cultural organizations around the county to look at ways to be the best we can be without being little factions here and there where we're able. So those are my thoughts. Having said that, I like what the Cultural Council has done. Moving forward, they're not where I want to be, but if you want to do that incremental approach that me and Mr. Kent continually talk about, I might be willing to go with the cultural modified recommendations in the short term, looking toward getting to something of less of a dependency on the government dollar year after year, and to maybe find some new and upcoming cultural items that I think are important as well. None that I can name right now. So that's where I sit with that, and I appreciate the time, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kent.
Thank you both to the different organizations that got up, and you answered my question. You have zero in an endowment, but you have $100,000 in a savings account. Congratulations. You have $50 million in an endowment, looking at having $100 million or $150 million in the future. Congratulations. The easy thing, in my opinion, is to say yes to everybody. Keeps you happy, keeps most people happy. What do you want? Yes. What do you want? Yes. Mike, George, Suzanne, tell me what you want. I'm just going to tell you yes. Keeps everybody happy. My children, no was the hard word. Dad, can Brandon spend the night? Yes. Dad, can we have popcorn after dinner? Yes. Dad, can we watch this movie? Yes. Dad, can we go across A1A to go check the waves? No. Why? Well, because you're 11 years old and you're not going to cross A1A without a parent with. But Brandon's parents said they would let him do it. I don't care what Brandon's parents do. I'm your parent. But, oh my gosh, yes, would have just been easier. But it's not the right thing to do. So, council, I need some help from you gentlemen, because I thought what we talked about as a group collectively was we wanted to have a program that was going to help the new and upcoming groups and those that have received this cultural money year after year after year. We would stop that or wean them off of that and help those new groups. And I've heard a little bit about, I think this is a good way to kind of come to a somewhere in the middle. I look at this. Cultural Council initial recommendation, maximum grant award, they want $8,000. We say up to $8,000 with a 1-to-1 match required. Their modified recommendation, up to $8,000 with no match. Where was the bend on that? Next page over. Cultural Council recommendation shall not exceed $85,000. Staff comes back with an alternative recommendation up to $25,000. What do they agree upon? Up to $70,000 this year, $50,000 next year, and then we'll get down to $35,000 after that. Where's that meet in the middle on that? The one under that, the funding formula was at $40,000. We talk about application, including a plan as to how the project will expand access and money. They propose a $35,000, so from $40,000 down to $35,000. The match formula outlined above, an organization with $75,000 operating budget is eligible for $11,500 grant. We say all organizations eligible for a $25,000 grant if matching funds are provided. All organizations eligible for a grant if 1-to-1 matching funds are provided. They agree with us on that one. Good. I'm pleased with that. On the last page that staff had, before we got to the additional recommendations, the maximum award was going to be $25,000. Staff comes back with up to $10,000 with a 1-to-1 match. Cultural Council modified recommendation is up to $25,000, right where it started. I'm like, where are we in this negotiation? I mean, it doesn't seem like we accomplished anything that we talked about. And we've had these fine people out here now 3 or 4 times. And we also love going to plays and concerts and just observing art in public places, which is why, Mr. Robbins, I was an advocate for us spending those one-time tax dollars when we're building a new building over $1 million to have that public art in public places. This is every year, this is what we're going to spend, and the plan to help those new upcoming groups, I don't see it. So I just need a little bit of guidance and direction from someone up here who can make me more comfortable with going with what the Cultural Council modified recommendations are, because a couple people seem like they're good. They're good to go. It's easy to say yes when it's not your money. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ken, I'm probably not going to be the one that can help you with that, because I agree with most of the things you've pointed out. I agree with Councilman Santiago's concern about the item on page 5, creating a $5,000 cap. My biggest concern is on page 6 with a $1.08 for cultural arts. As you stated, I think, Mr. Santiago, that we're locking that in for future councils. I think you are right, Troy, of where we started and how we got here. But correct me if I'm wrong, I think the very first thing that happened is that we debated eliminating the cultural council completely. And then we went to, okay, how can we wean nonprofits off of government money so they can be self-sustaining? I thought that was the goal, and this really doesn't take us there. On slide 6, it says adopt the current per capita funding rate of $1.08 for cultural arts and tie to population adjustments. I would be in favor of this. I don't like the whole package. I really like what our staff brought back as the initial recommendations. I thought it was fair, and but a lot of that went back. I still asked staff, are you happy with this? And they felt like, yeah, this is the best they could get in negotiations. But so this is our turn to negotiate, I guess. What I would like to see with the $1.08 adjustments for population is that as population goes up, that number goes down. I would probably, the $1.08 per capita goes down. I would really prefer that we step it down in the next 3 years to where they do stand on their own. They go from $1.08 to 75 cents to 50 cents to 0. I know that sounds cold to all you people out here that enjoy the arts. I enjoy the arts. I've been to Cinematique. I love it. They play movies that you don't see anywhere, some of them very edgy. They sell tickets for the movies. They sell food. I think they could easily be self-sustaining. And you just get better when you know you have to stand on your own. There's many places in the county that I enjoy going, that my family's members of. I have daughters that are artists. I do support the arts. What I don't support, what I really struggle with, is that as we look at budgets and how much tax money we can take from the public, we already have people in Volusia County that can't pay their property taxes, their home insurance, the school board taxes, and their mortgage or rent right now. And so we need to focus like a laser beam on how do we cut taxes. And I know most people in this room are thinking it's $600,000 a year, but we can look at everything like that. It's just a little bit, let it go. We have to start at some point saying, is it the government's core responsibility to support nonprofits, and I'm struggling with the answer to that. So, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we went back to the beginning of this. I think this was almost 2 years ago that this first came up, and I did. That's why I'm kind of like not laughing, but internally saying, "Oh my gosh, look where we're at." Because, you know, I remember I brought up this subject about cutting this completely. I started it, and I'll say it publicly. I took a good licking for that one, and I still have scars from that issue. And if you recall, this room was full. And I think just standing room only when that was on the table at the time. And then I think I said during our last meeting of this topic that, you know, I've had an evolution and evolved in this, my thought process as to the value that arts has in a community. And it was very insightful conversations I had with various people in the community. So my position has changed there. Now, you know, Troy, to kind of address your concerns, and I think yours, Mr. Chair, I think, is this perfect? Probably not. And, you know, if I could live with it, because I think we made progress, with the exception of removing the per capita thing. Again, I don't ever like locking down future councils to spending a certain amount. I think that's a conversation for each council, whoever's sitting up here, only for that reason, not for the actual dollar amount. It could be 50 cents. It could be $2. Don't lock in further councils. I don't like that practice. Let that governing body at the time decide what they want to fund. And I think as Matt mentioned, he'd agree with capping the 5,000. So I personally can live with those two items changed and the recommendation from the council. Some of my colleagues think it should be different. Make some suggestions is what I would say. You know, I use Danny's words. You know, what do you say? Sling that pistol. Sling that pistol, make some recommendations, and see if we can live with it. But as of right now, I'd be okay with the recommendations with those two caveats. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was going to make a motion, but I'll wait until I hear more.
Thank you. I did make a suggestion that we reduce the $8 per capita each year for the next 3 years. But, Councilman Dempsey.
I don't know if this would even fly, but this seems like this is going to be a recurring issue for all future councils. I think we all agree that cultural arts is important to our community. It really does offer a lot. Like I told you guys last time I went downtown to land, had a great time at the Athens Theater, dinner downtown. It was just a great experience. I'm sure the same's on the East Side Arts as well. But having owned a comedy club, for 6 years, I lost money, and fortunately, through my law practice and stuff, I was able to subsidize it with my own money. I never even thought to go to the government for assistance. And I can see these guys are all fiscal conservatives, and it's not fair for us to give somebody else's money to support something that another person likes. So I get the dilemma, and I don't think, no matter what we decide today, it's going to be a recurring problem year after year. So why not? I mean, we got a charter review coming up. Put it on a referendum in 26. Let the taxpayers vote on whether they want to have a special assessment, a millage, so to speak, and let them decide if they want to fund $600,000 for the next so many years or whatever, 10, 20, whatever. And let them decide if they feel that the cultural arts are worthy of taxes. And then the onus isn't on us next year, and it isn't on future councils, and just let the taxpayers decide for themselves what they want. You know, nothing exorbitant, but they've done it with Echo, they've done it with Volusia Forever. I'd be in favor of just kind of keeping these guys going, because I think they do depend on the money, and a lot of them aren't in a position to be able to come out of pocket and keep them going. You know, the Athens was packed when I was there. I know they're packed a lot, but they're only open 6 hours a week. You know, so when you're there, it looks like they're making a lot of money, but then the other 6 nights, or whatever, 5 nights a week, they're dark and they're not generating any revenue. So while you're there, you're thinking, yeah, they're rolling in it, but they're really not. I went through that with my club. We were packed every Friday, every Saturday, packed. People thought I was in high cotton, but I wasn't. I was losing money. So I get their dilemma, I get their need, and there definitely is a benefit to the community. So I don't like being here having to make this choice. I think I went through it too with you, David, 2 years ago, because the conservative in me just says cut it. You know, it's not. So I think maybe if we could just let the taxpayers at least bring it up as a discussion for a couple years from now. But I'm in favor of giving them some sort of support, however you guys want to do it. But that's all. Thanks, guys.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Don, that's not a bad idea at all. You know, let the taxpayers take a look at that line item and see if that's something that they want to fund. And David, I'm with you on how much of a value the arts are in our community. There's no doubt about it. You know, it separates us, I think, in a good way, with those that don't have as much and also those that have more. You can feel it. But I'm with you on that. But I thought, you know, and I remember you taking it on the chin for leading it with that. And I think Don, now that you brought it up, Don, I think you were right there with him. And, you know, but I thought that your plan wasn't just to you know, at first completely get rid of this, because you do value arts in our community. But the plan was it was twofold, if I remember correctly. Help the new upcoming nonprofits. And the second part was to stop the continual funding for the ones that have been around for decades. Because how long? And this is a valid question I have for you gentlemen. How long? And if the answer is in perpetuity, okay. How long do the taxpayers of Volusia County continue to subsidize these nonprofits for the arts? And I'm not saying there's not a wrong answer here, because you really in your heart of hearts could feel like forever. It's what we should do. That's what separates us. You said it earlier, Councilman Kent. It's what separates us from other communities, and we should put that money there. I just thought, you know, like Don said, you know, you were at one point like, hey, you know, we should not be funding this. And I'm going to go back to what I said earlier, and guilty, because I sit up here and say yes and no with you 6 gentlemen. And we're going to spend $1.4, $1.5 billion this year of taxpayer money on different projects and needs and wants. So at what point, and do we have a plan in place to help these nonprofits be more self-sufficient? And Don, I just had never come over this way to go to your comedy club, but you're right. I think if I'd walked in on a Friday or Saturday night and saw it packed to the gills, I would have thought you were rolling in the dough, you know? And, you know, I appreciate, I don't always agree with Mr. Nicholson, but I appreciate, you know, him coming forward and saying, no, you should increase it. I don't know how long Mr. Nicholson's lived in his home. I don't know. His taxes for the year, it's public record, they could be $200, $400, $800, $3,000. I don't know. But if he's lived there a long time and they're $300, not bad to say increase it every year. Compared to a brand new couple who's moved here and buys the house right next to you, and they're paying $7,000 a year in property taxes, more than that, you say, you know, well, now they're paying that extra, you know. This is a brand new young couple out of college. Maybe they chose, like my wife and me, to become educators. And now, you know, they got to deal with that. So it sounds like a broken tax process, David, doesn't it? Something that the state and something that you Councilman Santiago brought up at the last meeting. And I'll tell you when that time comes about where I stand on the fair tax and how I bought the 10 books and passed them out to everybody. I helped John Linder and Neil Bortz back in the day, but we'll save that for another time. But I figure since I had 58 seconds left, I could share that with you. Gentlemen, I'm not against the arts. I'm an advocate for them. I want to help them. Just like I was against Ormond Beach spending money on a statue that was going to be in Daytona Beach. I was against spending those taxpayer dollars on it. I went home that night and wrote a check on behalf of Heather and Troy Kent out of our personal account to support it. But I didn't want to put the taxpayers on the hook for that. We've been putting the taxpayers on the hook for this. I'm not saying I'm going to be a no to it. I just want to know, do we have a plan to help this become self-sufficient? It's not perfect. Do you have a plan to help me get it perfect, more perfect tonight? Do we have something we can come up with? Because if not, it's easy. We just say yes and continues basically the way it was.
Councilman Santiago.
I was planning to stay quiet on this topic, Mr. Chair. I'm still, my wounds are opening into my back right now from the last time. I don't know if we can get to perfect or close to perfect tonight. But I do subscribe to your idea, Don, because this is going to be an ongoing issue for future councils forever. I do subscribe to the idea. Let's put the question with I'll say guardrails, right? And maybe consider that as we prepare. I think we're going to start talking about referendum stuff later this year, I believe. And maybe staff and legal could look into how we can package something like this and let the people decide, what the people's commitment is to arts. So I support that concept. That being said, I think what we have here for today is progress. And it's not where I want it to be. I agree with you, but I started looking at it again while you were talking. I'm like, where do I find I try to be the deal maker often. And I'm trying to find a spot to make that deal. And I'm struggling right now, Troy. But I think with the suggestion of maybe light at the end of the tunnel to allow the public to make that recommendation to us on their commitment, I'm going to stick with Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion to approve the Cultural Council modified recommendations with 2 changes. A max cap of $5,000 for consultant per entity for assistance in growth or new starts, and to eliminate any language as it pertains to the per capita. That is my motion.
Okay, so no reference to per capita funding the way it's described in 6 or anywhere else.
That's correct. I don't think the motion requires the referendum stuff. I think that's just guidance.
So the per capita just remains the same until
Whatever our budget amount is.
next year. Let me ask County, Michael Dyer, you're up. How long would it take for a referendum to come up, and what would be required to do that?
It has to be at a general election, so you'd be talking 2026. I think, and we can talk about it as a group to make sure. I think what you're talking about is the statute does allow us to call what they call a straw poll, to put that on the general election ballot. When we had Echo and Forever, really the reason why that was really a bond referendum, because the Forever monies could be bonded, and that had to be voter approved. What you're talking about here isn't, we're not talking about bonding this money, so I think it could be a straw poll.
So it's more symbolic from the constituents.
Well, I think to get guidance on an issue, I think is why it was set up the way it was, or it's an available tool.
But we wouldn't need that in this motion. That's just direction of staff to talk about.
Yeah,
preparing
I
something
think
like that.
we can have that discussion. I don't think it'd be a charter change necessarily, but it'd be
Okay,
a
that's
referendum.
actually better, because putting stuff in the charter is very sensitive.
So it sounds like we just had that discussion for more information, so
Yep.
that will be forthcoming. Okay.
So I know Ms. Conchin, she had a question. She just wanted
Yes.
to confirm if I could.
Thank you, Michael. Mr. Santiago, in your motion on the capping of the consultant to $5,000 per applicant, the bottom line on slide 5 says 1 grant awarded annually. Did you intend it to be 1 grant of $5,000 or keep the $25,000 cap, but $5,000 cap per entity?
What I wanted to ensure, and maybe you can write it whichever way you think is appropriate, is to ensure that no one entity absorbed the entire $25,000. in consulting fees and be able to pull that down. So allow for more to utilize that bucket of 25,000.
Okay, so we'll treat it as a bucket of 25,000, no more than 5,000 per entity. Entities could apply together and multiply their amount. Thank you very much. Just
Yep,
wanted
that
to
works for me,
clarify
Mr.
that.
Chair.
Okay. Who's left? You just spoke, I spoke, Michael Dyer
I
spoke.
think we had a motion and a second, right?
And Kanchan wrote. We have a motion from you.
Was there a second? I
No
don't know.
second.
I'll second that.
Motion was made by David Santiago. The second is by Matt Reinhardt. And it's for the proposal as written with 2 changes, the $5,000 cap for consultants and no mention of per capita funding rates, which basically locks it into where it is until next year.
Yeah, I think the way I understand it, Chair, would be whatever we appropriate in our budget every year.
Right.
Yeah.
This year,
It's, I think, 108 this year.
okay.
Yeah.
You're not
It could be different
proposing
next year.
changing that next,
Yeah.
this year.
Thank you.
Okay,
I just have one other comment, Chair, if I could.
sure. Matt, Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Sorry. I seconded that motion, David. I see it taking the temperature up here that's going to be the one way we can get something through to help them. So I still feel where I felt, but I understand that the temperature of this council where it's at. So in order to get it pushed, that's the reason for my second. I didn't want to say that I was changing my mind, but I am changing my mind. All right. With respect to that only.
Okay. Any other comments or discussion? Then I will call for the vote. Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
Yes.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Brower,
No. And the motion is approved, 6-1. That takes us to item 6, the Animal Abuse Database Inclusion Period.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Randa Matusiak, Interim Director of Public Protection. So this is item 6. It's just expanding the inclusion period for the Animal Abuse Database. And what the Animal Abuse Database is actually just a listing of people who have been convicted of a misdemeanor or felony animal-related offense. So it's basically a report that pulls from the clerk's database or from the clerk's data, and it's updated nightly. And council in 2019 unanimously approved this database, and it was actually implemented in June of that year. And the intention here is to provide a tool for people who are attempting to place animals who are up for adoption or for sale, and ensure that those animals don't go into homes of people who have been, convicted of animal-related crimes. Currently on the database, it presents their mugshot if they were in the jail, name, date of birth, case number, charge and type. And right now, we limit the people that are on that database to 10 years. And so recently, there was the database was started in Seminole County. They included actually an indefinite inclusion period. And so a member of the public reached out to see if we could update our database then to include an indefinite inclusion period there instead of the 10 years that we have right now. A couple of concerns from legal just basically include those who have their rights to own a pet restored or who have whose prohibition to own a pet just doesn't last any term beyond what the penalty phase of their sentence was. So those are some concerns if people are on the database indefinitely. So I'll just read this for you real quick. I won't read this, I promise. So these are just necessary statements then that we would provide on our website to make sure that people know what the intention is for, and then a disclaimer for any kind of issues with accuracy, because it is pulled from the clerk's data and not our own. So with that, we would just be looking for direction from you on whether you wanted to extend that inclusion period or basically lift the 10 years. And we do have a resolution ready for you to approve if that's the direction that you want to go. So with that, I'll answer any kind of questions.
Thank you. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Some of these I know already. Cost to Volusia County?
Nothing.
0. Other counties involved, is Seminole the only one?
There's several. There was a memo that legal put together for you. So there are several. Seminole is the only one that we know of right now that has an indefinite period of inclusion, but Hillsborough County looks to have one, Marion, Pasco, Leon, and Osceola also. So we did some of this research in 2019 when we were looking to implement it. And those have really around a 3 to 5 year inclusion period. So this would be on the farther end of what people are doing right now, but Seminole did just pass their indefinite.
Okay, and there is a state law in the works, from my understanding. So, and I commend Mrs. Torino for all your hard work on this, along with our clerk. Thank you very much for that. Most of us up here have pets. We are going to chip in and get Jake and David a llama, because they're not cat guys either. So we didn't know where to go on that.
I have
So-
2 cats.
Some people
You have 2
here,
cats?
so.
David's the only one. We're only getting 1 llama now, so we just saved some money, guys. So, anyways, that being said, I was in support of this from the get-go when we got the call on that. So I would like to make a motion expanding the animal abuse database inclusionary period to indefinite.
Second.
Okay, the motion is to increase the time to indefinite, made by Vice Chair Reinhardt. And the second, was it Danny Robbins or Jake? Danny Robbins.
David, you have a llama coming
For
for pet.
indefinite. Okay, Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm in favor of this, council. I'll be voting a positive yes on this. No hesitation this time when this vote comes before me right now. I'll just tell you, there are people that are just animal lovers. Doesn't matter what kind of animal it is. And I look at my wife and son, and they are the best dog owners I know. My wife, if she's listening, won't like this comment, but I say it right to her. She's the most amazing dog owner I know, only behind Wyatt. And she says, no, she's better than our son. And I let them have that healthy discussion back and forth with it. But our dogs bring so much joy into our lives, and it doesn't matter what kind of day you're having, they're going to wag their tail at you when they see you, and that changes everything for a lot of people. So I'm pleased that we are taking a tougher stance on this. This is Volusia County putting an exclamation point on where we stand in our community on abuse of animals. It will not be tolerated, and it's a strong, powerful message. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Dyer. What are the issues with it being indefinite? Does it put us in any?
No, I think you could do it. I think if I could, I'd like to have Ms. Swink speak to that question.
Morgan Swank, Assistant County Attorney. So we do have language within both the disclaimer and the resolution that an individual whose time period to not own an animal or who has taken some actions would have the ability to notify Animal Services and be removed from the list. So we do have that option so that we aren't impeding on their rights.
Okay. Thank you.
But otherwise, I think it's something you can do if you wish.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm with everybody else. I'm certainly with what Troy mentioned. Probably nothing worse than beating a 2-year-old, child abuse. You know, sometimes I wish we could go into the home and remove a father or a mother. I gave a dog away. We gave a bunch of dogs away after a litter. One, beautiful, wonderful homes. One of them went to a high school friend that I hadn't had contact with since we got out of high school. And he got sick, went to the hospital. His fiance called me and says, "You got to come get this dog because he's abused. He's punched constantly." So we went to get the dog. We ended up bringing back 2. They had another puppy that was, the young one has progressed well. The older one is still scared to death of men. And it's a scar that never goes away, so perhaps that's appropriate for a penalty that never goes away. So I'm with you on this. Anyone else care to speak to the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the indefinite period is approved 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I did have a public participation form from Mr. Reno.
I don't see it. Oh. I would have called you had I seen it. Do we need to undo our vote? Okay, member of the public to speak on item 6, Debbie Dorino.
Good evening. I want to thank you all for voting yes on that request. I want to give you a little back insight on why I was actually the one that helped Seminole County create a database and suggest that we do it for basically forever. Animal abusers don't stop abusing animals no matter how many times you put them in jail. That's the #1 reason I felt that it was time we upped that time frame. They just don't stop. And I can tell you from experience, because the majority of animal abuse cases I get called on. What do we do about this? Who do we call? What do we do? I reach out to the state attorney, animal control, whoever I need to help with those cases. And so, as you know, you mentioned, I am working on 2 bills. They're set for the 2025 session. One of them is called Dexter's Law, and it's going to increase the points on the criminal punishment score sheet for horrific cases like Dexter's. And also it considers animals as victims under Section 3. And so that's a big deal for animals because there's only 2 victims in the world, and it's people and animals. There's nobody else. So the statewide animal abuse database is going to work just like Volusia County's. The one that I presented here in 2019, the first month it was up, 2 people went to the Halifax Humane Society looking to adopt out animals, and they were both in the database. So point was made there. Can I keep track of all the ones that have been, checked out in there? No, I don't have, that capacity, but I can tell you the first month it was up. So I just, want to say thank you. It says a lot about council and our community when we support the fight against animal abuse. I've had to go to many cities where they somewhat, follow the laws and the ordinances. I passed the anti-tethering ordinances in many of the cities in the county. I did the database. Ponce's Law was my bill that passed. We expect Dexter's Law to pass as well. It's got a very big support behind it. And so I just appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that takes us to item 7, which is a proposed vacation of a portion of plat number 2 at West Highlands subdivision. This is a quasi judicial hearing. Is there any council member that has any ex parte to declare?
No.
Nobody's taking a vacation, okay.
That'd be nice. Good evening, Tad Casey, County Engineer. As stated, this is a request to vacate a portion of Plat 2 of the West Highlands. This is a 25-foot alleyway squeezed in between the petitioner's property and lots owned by the county. We have no use for this particular alleyway. As we've done, anytime an alleyway comes up, we certainly recommend recommend the vacation of it, and do so in this case. No utilities have any issues, and none of the property owners in the nearby area had any complaints.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Are there any questions for Tad first? Okay. Danny Robbins for a motion.
Motion to approve the vacation of this parcel as presented.
Second, Johansson.
Danny Robbins makes the motion to approve the vacation, and Jake Johansson made the second. And any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 6-0, and we will check with Mr. Santiago and get his vote when he returns. Similarly, item 8 is a proposed vacation of a platted drainage and utility easement within Autumn Woods. This is also a quasi-judicial hearing. Does any council member have any ex parte they need to declare?
No.
There is none.
Okay.
Please go
Again,
ahead.
Tad Casey, County Engineer. The petitioner, the owner of Lot 100, is seeking the vacation of a 20-foot drainage easement along their rear, as well as 10-foot utility easement along their rear, and 7.5-foot easements on each side of their lot, consistent with the exhibit. The county has no use for these easements and recommends their vacation.
Okay. Vice Chair Reinhardt makes a motion to approve, second by Danny Robbins. Any questions? Any debate? All in favor of the vacation, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that also,
Is there a motion on that?
yes,
Okay.
Matt made the motion. That also passes 6-0, so we will check with Councilman Santiago when he returns on items 7 and 8, but we'll move on to item 9, another quasi-judicial hearing, time extension for a special exception for temporary campsites on prime ag land on County Road 15. Does any council member have any ex parte they need to declare on this item? None at all.
Nope.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carol McFarlane, Director of Planning and Development Services. This is a 2-year time extension on a special exception on the southeast corner of State Road 415 and Pioneer Trail Road. It's 4.8 acres. There are 150, I pushed the wrong button. There are 150 campsites that are open during special events, the 3 days before, during, and after some of the racing events, as well as Biketoberfest and Bike Week. You're going to help me? Thank you. Okay. It's new, right? Okay. All right, great. Thank you. So there's 150 campsites that are open during racing events. The site has been this use has been in place since 1996. The most recent approval was in 2015 for a 10-year special exception approval. The applicant is looking to do all the same things from 2015, the same plan, the same conditions of approval that relate to safety and sanitation. But the reason why they're asking for a 2-year extension as opposed to a 10-year extension is because of the construction of a roundabout on 415 and Pioneer Trail Road. It could affect some of his entrances and exits. If you look at the applicant's hand-drawn map, you can see that they're close to the intersection. So rather than try to design it now, just kind of wait for the design and the construction to happen a bit more, and then they'll come in with a plan in 2 years. The case was heard by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission on January 16th. There was no public participation, and the commission voted to forward this to County Council with all of the recommended conditions and an approval.
From staff?
Yes, from staff and the commission recommended approval,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, Councilman Robbins.
Motion to approve the 2-year extension as presented.
Second, Johansson.
We have a motion to approve this extension with all of the requirements from staff. Motion by Danny Robbins and the second by Jake Johansson. Any questions? Comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. And before we go on, let me ask David Santiago on both, yes, on both vacations?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So it's 7-0 on item 7. And 7-0 on item 8, 7-0 on item 9. And that takes us to item 10, ordinance 2025-9, ordinance adding chapter 58, article 5, medical provider liens and establishing for certain medical providers an entitlement to liens for certain outstanding charges.
Yes, Mr. Chair. On September 17th, the council voted 7-0 to bring back this proposal. So what's attached to this agenda is the same version that was in front of you from September last year. I have Sarah Jonas here who has worked on it, that can provide you an overview of the ordinance if you like. I'll leave that up to council, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Is there any questions for Sarah Jonas from council, Councilman Dempsey?
Yes, Ms. Jonas, would this apply to both Halifax and Advent Health?
That's correct. It applies to any 501c3 hospital.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Stole my question.
Okay, one question. Both hospital groups, anybody else? EMS?
Correct. It applies to 501c3 nonprofit hospitals, the hospital districts, and county EMS.
Okay. Okay. I don't see any other questions before we discuss it. There is several people from the public who would like to speak. I'll call you, just come down to the front. You'll have 3 minutes to discuss the item. Tom Caldwell. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you. My name is Tom Caldwell, and I've been a lawyer in Volusia County for about 32 years now, representing defendants for the first 10 of those years: Geico, State Farm, Allstate, Mercury, which was one of the parties in this case that got this whole thing started in 2012, as well as plaintiffs that have been involved in personal injury cases. And really what I want to do is just push a couple thoughts kind of towards the middle of the table for your consideration when you decide this issue. First off, if memory serves me right, I was here in April of last year, and I think some of the council members were hoping that we could get together and see if we could compromise on some of these issues that we spoke about. I didn't receive a call, not that I have to be called on every one of these issues, but I didn't receive a call. I'm not aware. I've called around. I'm not aware if anyone received a call. The version of the bill, I think, is very similar to the bill that was discussed back in April of 2024. And so essentially what you're being asked to do is prioritize a hospital bill over other bills that the injured person could potentially have. That could be bills to other doctors, that could be mortgage payments, that could be rent that's due to landlords, could be utility bills. Essentially, that's what you're being asked to do. And that can be tough for the injured person, right? And that's what I do right now. But that injured person needs the money, not just for hospital bills, but to pay other bills. And particularly in situations, if the hospital is concerned about the size of the bill, it's going to be a large bill. It's probably going to be a large bill. And that person is going to need the money, the injured party is going to need the money for other sources. Not that the hospital should be left out. They obviously should. Last time they were asking to have a seat at the table. When you look at the bill, the ordinance, it makes me wonder if they're trying to muscle everybody out away from the table. I'm just going to look at one section. I know I've got limited time here. It's basically, it is 558, pardon me, and I may be able to address this. It's actually 58-134. It basically gives the hospital a cause of action to file a lawsuit if their lien has been impaired. So I would just ask that you look at this carefully before voting on it. It could create more litigation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dr. Leonard Roman.
Good afternoon, Chair Brower and board members. My name is Dr. Leonard Roman. I'm a chiropractic physician. My offices are, three of the offices are here in Volusia County. One of them is in Orange City, and we've been there over 40 years. I'm going to speak briefly on the inequality of the ordinance on healthcare professionals. There's a reason there's only 8 counties out of the 67 that have some version of a hospital lien ordinance. Why? It's favoritism. Creates favoritism for the rest of us providers. All you have to do is look right to the heading of the agenda item to understand what I mean. And I quote, establishing for certain medical providers an entitlement to liens for certain outstanding charges. The hospital's definition of entitlement basically is amount to which they think they have a right. But to your constituents and to your doctors in your area, we view it as their belief that they are inherently deserving of a privilege or special treatment that we are not. The ordinance is nothing more than that type of entitlement. They already have equations and pay scales in place to give them benefit over other providers. Part of it's already written in the Florida PIP statutes. The insurer already must reserve $5,000 of personal injury protection benefits for payments for doctors, specifically MDs, DOs, and dentists who provide emergency services and care, and they are required to hold that money in reserve, and they have 30 days from that time of service to submit the bill. We don't have that option. All we're asking for is that we keep a level playing field. We have a right to send our patients to collections. We don't, and there's a reason for that. We've seen them 20, 30, 40 times after a car accident. We've developed relationships with your constituents. We've developed personal relationships with the patients. And what does that say about us or our society if we're sending people who are already hurting because they don't have the money left after a car accident because the hospital used it all. They have no money left to pay us, and we take them to court. We're the ones trying to get the patients back to work and doing what we can to help. This ordinance makes it much harder for us to help. Please vote no on the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dr. Tim Steflik.
Good afternoon, Chair Brower and board members. So my name is Dr. Tim Steflik, and I've been a chiropractic physician in Volusia County for 15 years. I have a practice in Edgewater. First, we only selected 3 speakers. We were before you guys in April as well, too, if you remember. But I'd just like to show of hands or stand up how many here are other doctors that took time out of work to come here to oppose the bill or the ordinance. You just show. We're not all going to speak because we respect your time, but we are unified in what we're saying here. First of all, it's going to affect our patients, your constituents. It's not going to affect those who are low income because they have Medicaid. It won't affect the seniors because they have Medicare. And it won't affect those with really good health insurance or state insurance. But it will affect those like myself, a small business owner, uninsured, who goes to the hospital. Where is the first place a person typically goes after a car accident? It's the hospital. The hospital is entitled to that those funds and the first ones to them. So you may know that the car insurance, there's $10,000 of personal injury protection available to them. If they go to a hospital, most of that money, all of that money is typically gone. Part of the reason that it's gone is because hospitals are already entitled to a higher fee schedule than doctors from the same health insurance or PIP insurance. They're entitled to 4 times the amount that Medicare pays and 10 times what Medicaid pays. So that money goes very quickly when they go to the hospital, and most of it is typically gone if they go to the hospital at all. Once they leave the hospital, they typically still need ongoing care. That's your orthopedic doctors, your chiropractic physicians, and your imaging centers if they need follow-up MRIs or other treatments. So what this, Dr. Rollman already spoke to how this creates an inequality to who gets paid and who gets paid first, and that affects the patient when it comes time to settle their bill and to figure out who it is, who gets paid. So this is going to have a devastating effect on the post-hospital treatment for the patient. They're not going to be able to find doctors that will want to accept their cases because we know if they go to the hospital, they're already entitled to that money. And there's words in the bill that say may reduce their fee, reasonable, things that are all subjective to what a person may particularly find and how they interpret that particular ordinance, which would create that inequality. So please consider to vote no and how it's going to affect the constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lester Carrera.
Good afternoon, Chair Brower, members of the board. It's good to see you guys. It seems like it's deja vu because we were here April 2nd and talking about the same thing. Here we go all over again. Going to speak briefly on the unintended consequences of the ordinance forcing accident victims to the ER and increase the use of opioids. I know your first thought of how strange it is that the hospital lien ordinance makes you jump into opioids. So let me explain. As the earlier speaker touched on, it is the uninsured working class who this lien will mostly impact. The same class of people also get medical care, get chiropractic care, physical therapy, orthopedic, imaging, and so on. These people are the ones that are affected the most. If this hospital lien ordinance passes, they will no longer be able to obtain this kind of care because the providers will not treat for free or for pennies on the dollars. We do. We do that. These injured accident victims will instead go to the ER when they are in pain. This will drive up the cost of care. This is a direct path for self-medicating with opioids. These individuals have to work to survive. If they are in constant pain, they will have to take meds and get through the day because, again, medical care, chiropractic care, physical therapy care, and others will not be available to them. According to the Florida Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles 2022 annual report, Volusia County accounts for the 10th highest county of car crashes in the 67 counties in Florida. In other words, we see a lot of auto accident victims each year. As the 10th highest county in the state where car accidents occur, there is not a good ordinance for small physicians, offices like myself, for patients, or for constituents who will be forced into going into the ER to get care.
Thank you.
Please vote no to this ordinance.
Thank you, and that concludes public participation. Do we have any questions for staff? We do. Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. Quickly for staff. The hospitals that we're talking about are all within taxing authorities, right? They're nonprofits.
That's correct. Tax-supported hospitals benefit from this ordinance.
All right, and there are no other. It's just the hospitals that are paid for directly in these taxing authorities, or other nonprofits like SMA and whatnot. Is that correct?
Well, the ordinance provides lien rights only to the tax-supported hospitals as well
Okay.
as county EMS.
Right. Okay. County EMS. That's the other one.
And I think the term in the ordinance is called charity hospitals.
Charitable hospitals.
Yep.
Which are 501c3 hospitals,
Right.
regardless of whether they receive support.
Okay. So, just so I understand the scenario, the ad valorem taxes go to the taxing authorities and are provided for these charitable hospitals. So if these charitable hospitals can't get money from, say, my emergency room trip because I'm uninsured, how do they pay for that bill, that $20,000 emergency bill? Or do they write it off?
My understanding is they write it off. I do have representatives from Halifax here today that can answer more detailed questions about, on the business end for them, but, if you, yeah, but.
Yeah,
you're
please,
right.
I'm curious.
Good evening, everyone. So yes, so if we have a patient that comes in that's uninsured, then we have to use the taxpayer money that subsidizes the uninsured care that we provide to everybody in the community, regardless of their ability to pay.
Okay. So if we were able to lien, then that's almost a cost avoidance for the taxpayer.
Absolutely. It would benefit the taxpayer and the constituents of this county in several ways. One being that it would decrease the burden on them for the amount of the millage rate that we have to assess in order to be able to maintain a sustainable hospital system and continue to provide highest level of care that we're able to do with the money that we receive, it also ensures that we would be able to continue to provide that high level of care and expand services to serve other people.
All right, that's all the questions I have, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm wondering if there is a limit to how much of if a person gets hit by a car, goes to court, they're awarded some money. This would allow these nonprofits to get into that award money to help pay the bills that were incurred. Somebody's hit by a car, or they're in a car accident and they go to the hospital for 2 or 3 days, the bill is going to be sky high. Is there a limit to how much of the award they can take?
Yes, the language in the statute specifically says reasonable amount, but then there's a lesser of. It said the amount claimed to be due for such medical care, treatment, and maintenance shall not exceed A, if the patient is insured, the reimbursement amount for covered services for medical care, treatment, and maintenance of the patient, or if the patient is uninsured, then the lien holder's outstanding reasonable charges for medical care, treatment, and maintenance of the patient. Reasonable generally being, my understanding, and I haven't been on the plaintiff side of this, but you look at your insurance contracts and basically the average reimbursement that you would receive under those. So that would be applied for, even if they're uninsured, but whatever rates that we receive on average through our contract.
So with all those words, tell me how much of the person's award. They got $100,000. How much can be taken for this?
So generally that happens through negotiation on the back end with the attorney and the other providers that have letters of protection, like the chiropractors. We did go back and forth in various iterations of this, trying to come up with like a percentage or something along those lines. But where we kind of landed was leaving the process in place as it has happened or did happen before we were able to, or we were no longer able to file for liens. But it's a process. It's longstanding. My understanding is between plaintiffs' attorneys and the providers, and so that would be worked out. So through a good working relationship between our hospital, EMS, and then the local attorneys and other providers.
Okay, thank you. This is probably for legal staff. I'm just wondering what the mechanism would be and resulting challenges for if we added chiropractic care.
That question came up last time. I think we could expand it beyond the scope of, you may recall, we were one of the few counties that had a special law that allowed for a medical lien. I'm looking at Sarah. If I'm saying anything wrong, you can correct me. And there was some litigation on that, and basically it was clear that, well, we can't use the special law, but by ordinance you can do so, county ordinance. And so that's why we're here, and I think there are 8 other counties that have some kind of medical lien ordinance in one fashion or another in place. Kind of my thought on it, if I may, is if you think others should be involved or included in the lien, chiropractors, other medical providers, I don't think there's much. I would imagine you would not be in favor of the ordinance, because the broader you make it, I think the less reason to have it. You could vote against it. And I don't know, Sarah, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, just the point of the ordinance is to place nonprofit hospitals and EMS in a position of priority when they're, place them in a position of priority when they're, when we're going to disperse amounts recovered in a settlement. And so it's it doesn't make a whole lot of practical sense to give lien rights to every provider, because a priority for all is a priority for none. So that's why Mr. Dyer is saying if that's something that you would want, I think that's kind of probably what you have now more than creating a lien rights in an ordinance that would have really no effect on priority at that point. So in that case, you'd be against the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Dempsey.
Ma'am, so with Halifax, would you say that everything these doctors said thus far is true? And Mr. Caldwell, did they say anything that you disagree with?
I heard a few things that I disagreed with. One of the things is that these providers already have a seat at the table. They get to choose who they treat. They enter into letters of protection, and they're the ones that are the first ones that treat after, release from the hospital. But our physicians and our providers are the ones that are saving these lives so that they can even get to a post-hospital environment.
So is it fair to say that you think the current system is unfair to Halifax?
I would not say it's unfair. I just think that it would be nice for us to also have a seat at the table through this ordinance, and so we can continue to provide the care that the community needs.
Okay, what does that mean, seat at the table?
As far as being able to have a seat at the table to be reimbursed at all. As it is, we're not receiving reimbursement for this uncompensated care, and so we just want to be paid for the care that we provide.
So are you saying that Mr. Caldwell's firm, Morgan & Morgan, does not try and negotiate the hospital fees with settlement proceeds?
I'm not saying specifically that Morgan & Morgan nor Mr. Caldwell don't do that. I'm not the one that's involved in those negotiations, but after talking to our billing department, I know that not everybody does. And I know Morgan & Morgan is a reputable firm. I'm certain Mr. Caldwell is a reputable attorney, but it just doesn't happen every time.
Is it aggrievable? Is it something that a lawyer could lose his license for by leaving you out of the seat at the table?
Conceivably, but it wouldn't be for me to decide for them.
Have you filed any bar grievances of against any lawyers who have left you out of the table for settlement negotiations for all providers?
Not that I'm aware of, and that's not the type of relationship that we want to form with our community attorneys and our other community providers. Any type of disagreement that we would have would try to be negotiated or discussed outside of potential harsher treatments for professionals that have a license on the line.
So despite not having a seat at the table, last year you guys were able to eke out nearly $3 billion in revenue?
I don't know that for a fact. I can't make that representation. I'm just...
2.9 billion you were able to eke out?
Again, I'm just a lawyer. I can't speak to that, the truth of...
And you guys were able to pay your CEO almost $1 million, $938,000. You were able to squeeze that out to pay him.
I'm not privy to his contract.
Okay. Your building at 303 North Clyde Morris is valued at $230 million, right? Tax assessed
If you
value.
say so, sure.
Okay, I'm just wondering, okay, I mean, you're saying you guys are
I'm not looking at the
scraping.
records, so I'll just have to take
Okay.
your representations as
So-
facts.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a point of order?
Yes.
Yes, what's your point?
My point is, I want to see if we can guide us to the underlying ordinance that we're here for. The individual being questioned is not the applicant for this. This is a
Okay.
county ordinance that was recommended by one of the members of this body to be forward. And just out of respect for the person that was brave enough to come up, I don't think she should have to answer all those questions. So
I'm wondering if she knows. If she knows. I'm sorry. I'll
I appreciate it, and I am happy to speak on anything that I have actual knowledge of, but I can't
Okay.
speak on those questions.
But does Halifax pay any property tax?
No, we do not.
Okay. Do you know if Advent Health pays any property tax?
I do not know.
And do you know
I would assume.
if Advent also made $3 billion last year in revenue?
I can't speak to their revenue.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you all for your consideration.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Yeah, I think my question's gonna be real easy for you. Who are you? I didn't hear your name.
I
when you-
apologize. My name is Jillian Wheelock. I'm Deputy General Counsel for Halifax Health.
For Halifax.
Yes.
Jillian?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I heard the counsel for Halifax say that the current system is not unfair to Halifax. Is that correct? Is that what I heard you say?
I said I wouldn't represent that it's unfair. I think fairness is subjective. We would just like to be able to have some type of reimbursement for the life-saving care that
Right.
we provide.
And then I heard, it'll place us in a position of priority. A priority for all is a priority for none. And then staff, is this right? I know we have 67 counties in Florida. Do only 8 of those have this medical lien? And do we know why only 8 have this?
That's correct. Only 8 counties in Florida have passed liens that favor hospitals. 2 counties do charitable hospitals like the ordinance before you, and the other for all hospitals.
Is Miami-Dade one of those counties?
Yes. That's correct, yes.
Ultra liberal Miami-Dade, right? Is that right? Okay, just wondering. I'm just thinking out loud here. Michael Dyer, or whoever wants to answer it, I heard from this side of the room, I'll say, that the impact of this will be on the uninsured working class. Is that the impact this would be on, in your opinion, either Michael or you?
I think that there's a lot of extrapolation that may be going on. I'm certainly not a subject matter expert in the various impacts when it comes to medical billing and costs in that respect. So without more specificity, I can't really say yes or no if that's correct or not.
Yeah, unhelpful answer, but that's all right. And then they said not a level playing field. Mr. Dyer, does your group want to weigh in on that? Does this make it a not level playing field?
This, from a policy standpoint, only makes sense if you think that some folks in that are providing medical care and that whole chain of medical care, realizing you're going to have an early stage and later stage, that those charity hospitals or EMS should have an opportunity to have a lien to get paid early. If you feel that even someone providing later care, out of the post-hospital care, such as chiropractor, is just as important, I don't think this proposal makes sense for you from a policy perspective.
Thank you. Council, I'll just tell you, I need to disclose this. I was born in the Halifax Hospital. I didn't have that choice, but my mother had that choice.
Is this a question?
Thank you, Chairman. No, I appreciate.
Can you hold that till
yeah,
debate?
I can. I'm done with my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. This is more for our legal. Can you explain the letters of protection that you're referring to? What is that process?
Right. So a letter of protection is, in my view, just basically a contractual agreement that specialists like chiropractors and other after accidents providers they tend to have relationships with attorneys who will file the lawsuits on behalf of the injured patients, and they enter into letters of protection where the patient is agreeing that any settlement money they recover, the chiropractor and other specialists will get paid out of that. So they're not going to pay at that moment. They're just agreeing to defer payment until a settlement is reached.
So they're having the option of the letters of protection, and that's not something that Halifax or Advent Health would do as they're coming into the hospital on an emergent basis, correct?
I don't, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. When individuals come in for an emergency basis, there's not time to
There's
negotiate.
no time.
No,
and they're probably
sorry.
not in the right frame of mind. Probably want an attorney present with them.
We would not.
I know I would.
Try to enter a contract with them. as
And
they're
then
coming in.
lastly, and so everyone, because I heard it mentioned a couple times, but just for clarification, neither is Volusia County owned EMS. And if Volusia County EMS is not paid, that burden falls on who?
County
the taxpayers.
taxpayers. Yes.
So I'm just putting that out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for showing up today and trying to help us out, try to find some middle ground here. I don't know if that's achievable, but what concerns me just a little bit, maybe you can answer it. I'm a little uneasy about the term reasonable.
Understood.
Is there any assurances, and I know that state statute verbiage is out of your control. With that being said, in your experience, do we have any examples where reasonable was fairly exercised or it wasn't taken advantage of by any party? I'm not saying Halifax or any other hospitals would do that. Do we have any examples prepared to show council that the success of reasonable by chance?
I apologize, I do not have any case studies that would illustrate to the council at this time reasonable as you're requesting.
Okay. That's it.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, since I made the point of order, Don, I wanted to comment that I think your commentary on that is valid, that you were asking. I just felt that it was more appropriate in the debate part for you to present why your position is and not in that role. That's why I did that, just to let you know. But I think your points are valid and should be a part of the dialogue. Thank you.
So let's go right back to Councilman Dempsey.
So is that an apology?
Oh, just, the right place. Is all I'm saying.
I'll take
Yeah.
it. Could I ask Mr. Caldwell to come up and get,
Well, now I make another point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
well,
Because it's not protocol. That
well,
is-
I mean, we have a lady who's not a party here giving her stuff on behalf of Halifax. I'd like to have a plaintiff's attorney also
Yes,
give.
This is
benefit.
clearly not protocol, so I'll ask the council, will they allow conversation?
I strongly oppose that precedent. Even if it happened already, I think we need to set a ground and follow it.
Okay.
Chairman, I'm okay with it because we've allowed the other side to get up and speak. I think it's only fair.
Can you one of you make either a motion to approve or a motion to deny?
Motion to approve for Don Dempsey or any council member to ask anybody they feel fit in the audience questions about this testimony.
Mr. Chair, I'll yield my position. I just want us to do better at it. I blame all of us because, you've got a busy job, so I don't put all on you. Our job is also to call out things as part of the protocol. I'll yield to it. If we can control it to a time, I don't want to sit here and ask a million questions on this because we went through this 8 months ago or whatever it was. So, but I respect your line of questioning, but I don't want this precedent going forward. So I'll yield because we did open the door.
So you're taking
Okay.
back your apologies.
So
I'm taking back my apology. I'm calling my mother.
All right.
I withdraw my
with-
motion. I withdraw my motion.
Withdrawn. Mr. Dempsey can go on. I find your questions really helpful because this is complicated and there's people's lives at stake. So
Mr.
Yeah,
Caldwell, or may I, or did he vote?
yes, you may, just don't be monotone because you'll put Santiago asleep.
Yes, I'll.
I do want to add just quickly, letters, there was a tort reform bill passed on March 24th of 2023. That essentially ended, you wouldn't necessarily know this, but letter of protections, right?
Speaking,
Yes.
we can't hear you up
I
here.
wanted to address council as well. But letters of protection are not issued anymore after the tort reform bill of March 24th is when it was signed into law. They're essentially dead. And I think that's important. These agreements are not in existence anymore. I will also say that we funnel millions of dollars to Halifax every year, maybe tens of millions of dollars every year. Those bills are part of our case. And when we get that in from the liability company, we don't ignore the bill. And also Halifax gets, there's a PIP attached to every car accident of $10,000. And so they're able to access that PIP benefit as well. And usually they're the first provider, and they're able to get that HICVA claim form out as the first provider immediately. So anyway, with that said.
Mr. Caldwell, just two questions for you, sir, and then, one, Halifax has expressed a position that they're not getting a seat at the table for settlement proceed negotiations. Is that a fair statement or not?
Well, I don't agree with that statement. As I just said, we have an ethical duty to make sure any medical provider, including the hospital, gets paid if we are aware of the bill. And so because of that, we get the liability money in. We may call up Gail Hendrickson, right, at Halifax, or Stacy to negotiate the bill, but we don't ignore the bill. In addition, they've already probably received the PIP benefit as a priority provider, as a frontline provider.
And are you jeopardizing your license to practice law if you don't give them this seat at the table?
Absolutely, absolutely not. All right.
No, I mean, would it jeopardize? I mean,
Yes, it would jeopardize. I don't know if a lawyer would get disbarred, but they would certainly get disciplined.
By the bar.
Yeah. I don't know if that sort of conduct, now repeated conduct could result in disbarment. It would probably result in a reprimand or possibly a suspension.
Secondly, could you explain how the current PIP laws in Florida, unique to Florida, already benefit hospitals disproportionately to chiropractors and doctors?
So the hospital is obviously the first provider in the case. With each auto accident, there is a $10,000 PIP benefit that is attached to that accident per person. And so as the frontline provider, they are immediately able to get the insurance information. And by the way, when a patient comes in an emergency room, they still sign documents. All right, they are signing documents as they get treated. And so they're able to get insurance information, and with that insurance information, the hospital, whether it's Advent or Halifax, is in a unique position to get that bill out to the insurance company first. And in the PIP setting, there is a priority when the carrier gets the bill. And by the way, most emergency room bills, when I started practicing, they were $2,000-3,000. They are now usually over $10,000. And so they're able to access that benefit before any other provider.
One last comment. Does this passage or not passage affect your income as an attorney, as a plaintiff's attorney?
It doesn't affect our income. I would say that the statute does allow an impairment on a Halifax's part, that if we sign a release, and I could go into multiple examples, that results in an impairment. That's what I was talking about briefly, to their lien, and would actually result in a cause of action that Halifax could have. It's unclear who that's against. Could it be us? I don't know. Could it be the insurance company? Well, we know that from the Mercury case. All right, the Mercury case is really interesting. It's a really interesting read. The 2012 case that invalidated the lien law. Because Mercury, there was a bad accident. Mercury tendered the $10,000 to the injured party. Well, Shan sued Mercury, the insurance company, and got a judgment in excess of the $10,000. And so, that's what causes me concern, is that cause of action they have if there's an impairment of their lien.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Caldwell.
Thank you. Councilman Kent.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Now it's appropriate time for me to tell you that I was born in the Halifax Hospital.
Okay, are we at debate?
Yes, we're at debate.
Debate now?
We're at debate.
Nobody else had any questions?
I don't have any more
Did
questions.
you have a question? Okay.
So,
Troy, we get to hear your birth story.
yes, my birth story, Halifax Hospital. And then,
Mr. Councilman Johansson is wondering if you're going to make a motion.
I'm not.
Okay.
Does somebody else want to make
Does
a
anybody
motion
have a motion?
and then have debate?
Let's just get it out. Motion to approve.
Jake Johansson makes a motion to approve. Second is by Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Now tell us where you were born.
Can you guess?
What time
But-
was it?
7:47 a.m. 7:47 a.m. Yeah. But if doing this makes the playing field unfair, why would we do this to the little guy? And I haven't done the research Don did, but Don, you're talking about almost a $3 billion profit. I'm going on what you said, 2.9 billion gross revenue. And we're hearing from our small businesses saying this is going to put us at a disadvantage. It just makes me think, why would we change anything? Why not just leave things status quo where they are? We got a really interesting email from former council member Josh Wagner. I think all of us were on it. We got an email from him, and he went back some history about how he helped create this resolution and then killed it when he learned more about it. It was his email, the timeline, and I, of course, none of us were sitting up here, so I'm just going by what he said, in it. But it just makes me think, I'm a advocate for Halifax Health. Did you hear where I was born? But what you don't know is that I chose to have my son born there. And of my mother's last 30 days on this earth 7 months ago, 28 of them were at Halifax before she asked me to bring her home. So I made that choice also. So I'm a fan. What I'm not a fan of is hurting small businesses to help other businesses have an unfair advantage. So unless someone can convince me otherwise that this isn't unfair to the small businesses, I think you see where I'm leaning on this. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. I was surprised Mr. Dempsey didn't go over the $1.5 billion wage of the CEO of a typical law firm, and that they charge between 33 and 40% of the settlement amount, and scrutinize that big guy that is more than able to give a little money to these little guys as well, in addition to the lien to the hospital. I heard something earlier that I really enjoyed. I like that the intent is to get the lawyers and the doctors and the hospitals, or the doctors or the administrators at the hospitals together to be at that table to have an equitable solution. I wish it was like that before. If it's not, shame on them. But at the end of the day, the taxpayers aren't paying to send somebody to the chiropractor, particularly unless they're on Medicaid or Medicare or something else. But by and large, we don't send them, we don't pay for them to go there, which is why it's so great to get a lawyer to get some money and sign that, whatever that document is, to say, I got to keep on going to the chiropractor to get better, and when we make our money, I'll pay them off. But what I don't want to do, talking about the little guy, is put this cost on the back of the taxpayer. So I'm also a big personal responsibility guy. And part of that is paying your bills, paying your rent, all that stuff that that the lawyer talked about earlier. In this case, the hospital can't say, do you have money? When we roll that guy in, or lady, and they're unconscious, they can't say, I don't want to get in the ambulance because I can't afford it. They have to pay, and the ambulance has to bring them there. And then the hospital has to take them. They don't ask them if they can afford it or not. You get wheeled in the emergency room. You guys been there? Well, I have anyhow. They rip off your clothes. They poke and prod you. They give you every test known to mankind, and then they stick you in the room, and hopefully you get better, if not in surgery. But you have no choice. So, you don't want to have that choice, because if you can't afford it, you don't want to say no and end up seriously dead. And B, you want them to take care of you. So so for me, at the end of the day, if I'm on the other end and I'm talking to a lawyer to try to settle a claim and get money, I want everybody that I didn't pay to be paid. And if I don't have to pay some people, if they don't have to pay Halifax or Advent or any other charitable hospital, and they can pocket some of that money, and all they have to do is pay who they sign those letters to, which are their specialists, then out the door they go. I want our charitable hospitals that we pay taxes to be able to be first priority to get that money. I don't know. I don't have the data. I don't know if anybody runs out of claim money on hospital bills. I imagine it does happen. But then again, we have that seat at the table. So I think this is important to pass. And for that, I'm going to probably vote yes here. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I have always been for this bill. It seems like we've talked about it for years now. But I'm a hard no today for several reasons. One is you talked about lawyers and the amount they take. Person gets rear-ended or T-boned in a car and they're hurt bad. They choose to go to a lawyer to help them get the funds to pay for medical expense and to continue their lives and to hopefully get back to where their lives are close to the functionality as it was before the accident. So I don't hold it against lawyers that they're taking 30%, whatever the percent is, the patient knows it up front. What bothers me about this is lawyers debating and deciding what the reasonable charges are. This person gets hurt. They hire a lawyer. They get some money. But if they went to the hospital and they stayed for a day or 3 days, they have sky-high bills. And they're getting letters from the hospital. I want our hospitals to be paid. We have really good hospitals with really good doctors, and I want them to get paid. But honestly, I look at Halifax and our area hospitals, I don't see them hurting. Don has pointed out the amount of money, and they do get taxpayer money. What I worry about is the injured person that has a little handful of money, or maybe a big handful of money, trying to make decisions of how do they improve their lives to where they can get back to work. And oftentimes that doesn't happen when they come out of the hospital with a prescription. I have seen this over and over again because I don't have a doctor. I have a chiropractor. And I go to the chiropractor's office, and most of the people that they see are automobile injured people that can't function, and they need the chiropractor to help them be able to sit and stand and go to work. And it's a long process many times, and it's expensive. But what I hear is the chiropractor negotiating with a person or just forgiving the charge because they want the person to be able to get back to work. So I think this is unfair on several levels. Want hospitals to be paid. I really want our own EMS to be paid because they're the first responders that they might have provided care that sustained that person's life and actually allowed them to get to the hospital. So I want them to get paid. I just don't think this is it. Don Dempsey.
I'm in my 35th year of practicing law. I've done insurance defense for State Farm. I've done plaintiff's work. They get a seat at the table. to come here and say that they're being left out or financially harmed by this doesn't jive. I just got the press release from the Daytona Speedway. Advent Health extended their partnership through the 2028 race car season. If you watch the Daytona 500, in the letter pointed out by Josh Wagner, Advent Health was all over the Speedway. Advent Health has a car, number 43. They also sponsored Jimmy Johnson's car. Why does a hospital have to advertise? Why does a hospital have to spend $2 to $2.5 million annually to the Daytona Speedway, and yet come in here and say they're not getting a seat at the table and they're being left out and they just want their fair share? I didn't see a Dr. Steplik, number 42, in the race. I didn't see Dr. Romain, number 20, at the Daytona 500, but Advent was everywhere, okay? They're not being left out. From my research, I found they did $2.9 billion in revenue, $48 million in profit, okay? I can't believe they're doing this. Advent, $3 billion in 2024. Their CEO makes $938 million, Mr. Fiesel. I mean, I'm sure he earns every penny of it. 938,000, I'm sorry, did I say? I'm sorry. Well, congratulations. But, I mean, they're making money. And we talked about this last time. This does not affect the rich or the poor. The rich have insurance. The government workers have insurance. The poor have Medicaid. The elderly have Medicare. It's the barber. It's the handyman, the hairdresser, the small business owner that can't afford insurance. They're coming home from the beauty salon one day and pow, they get blindsided, $100,000 in policy. So the $100,000 policy comes in, and the hospital is the first provider, and then you got maybe a week stay in the hospital. And then you got to go see a chiropractor. You got to go see a physical therapist. You got to go to the aftercare providers. And you have to go to a pain management doctor so that you don't get hooked on opioids to try and get over the pain that you might very well be suffering for the next year or two. All these people, not just the hospital, deserve a seat. They all deserve it. And the way it's historically been done in my 30-plus years of doing this stuff, and it hasn't changed according to Mr. Caldwell, who I don't doubt one bit, everybody is negotiated. You get the $100,000. Okay, the hospital, how much you owed? Owed $100,000? Okay, how about we take 50 cents on the dollar? Mr. Chiropractor, what's your bill? $20,000. Will you take 50 cents on the dollar? The way it works out is everybody takes a cut, but everybody gets a piece of the pie. What they're wanting to do is come in, and if you remember last time we were here, I asked the previous council that was here on behalf of Halifax, not this nice lady, but I asked her, I said, we've all heard stories about x-rays being billed to the insurance company at $2,000 an x-ray, but if the barber or the hairdresser comes in and says, I only got $200 of cash, will you take my x-ray? Yeah, they'll do it for the $200. But when that $100,000 pile's here, they're taking out the $2,000. So after they take the $2,000 for the x-ray, after they take all these high dollar costs because they get first grabs at it, then these poor guys are left picking up the crumbs of what's ever left over. And then they're expected to give these patients, the hairdressers, the handymen, the small business owners, quality treatment for crumbs. It's not fair. And why does a hospital have to have a race car in a Daytona 500? Why do they have to have their name plastered all over the Daytona Speedway? And then come in here and say, we're just not getting our fair share of money. We just want a little bit more. We just want a seat at the table. As you drive down International Speedway, there's Advent written all over the side of the Speedway. I'm a hard no on this. Thank you for your time.
Councilman Santiago.
Don, I don't know how you feel about it. Get it. I was going to stay quiet, but, I think it's important to expand on some of the commentary because, my initial thoughts were similar to yours on the advertisement thing, but then I did a little bit of more of a deeper dive in it, right? And I'm not trying to defend them. I'm just trying to point out what I believe are the facts because they can defend themselves. But Advent Health is more than just a hospital. They're a health system. Just like, obviously they're bigger than smaller healthcare providers. So I would argue, I would say that it isn't just their hospital that they may be advertising that resembles the same name, but if you really look at it, it's a full-blown healthcare system that provides other types of services other than emergency services, such as primary care and other specialty services. So, I mean, the argument can be made that, that's part of their forte and they can advertise that, right? And they make a lot of money. I'm not, they can defend themselves. But I look at it from that perspective. They're not just a hospital. Same thing with Halifax. I mean, I know they don't have a speedway, but they're a healthcare system at the same time. So they also have primary care facilities and other specialty care services. So I can get past that because they're not just a hospital that's on a safety net hospital. And I sit here and I think about also, I sit on the county's claims committee. And I see the claims coming in from lawsuits that are filed against the county, right? And I think in every claim I've seen, when it comes in for the demands, guess what? They demand those high dollar bills. So they'll put there, my patient has, pain and suffering, and they have that $2,000 x-ray, and they got that $500, $5,000 injection, and all of these very elaborate costings that I don't know if it's true or not, but I will tell you this. They use it to their advantage when they make the claim. They spell it all out and saying, this is why we need this big number. Again, not beating them up, just pointing out the facts, because both sides are using this very archaic, complicated process. So I don't think there's any innocence anywhere in this. There shouldn't be a $2,000 x-ray, right? I get it, right? But the other side games it too, because I see it every claims committee I go to. I don't know if you guys can attend because of the sunshine. They can't. Mike said no. But if you'd see some of the claims that come in, I try not to have breakfast before I go to that meeting because it's in the mornings sometimes, some of the outrageous claims that we hear. That being said, I'll just leave it there. I think it's important to look at all the facts and then make a decision. I don't know where I'm at. I'm waiting to see where the rest of my colleagues are.
Councilman Kent.
Councilman Dempsey, you say some things sometimes, and I don't agree with you. And I think vice versa. Me with you. You didn't have to laugh at that. But you've heard every council member up here. I've heard every council member up here, I believe, over the past 2.5 years, talk about how your position on something has helped change their mindset. With what you just shared, I really don't know how you couldn't have your mindset changed a little bit. And I sat at home and watched parts of the Daytona 500. I saw the advent, and honestly, I'd never even thought, it didn't even cross my mind. And you may like or dislike this, but I don't really care that they advertise. Like, I don't really care. I didn't think about it like that. I want everybody to be successful. I really do. I don't want to hurt anybody. I want everybody to be, and if they're successful and they can spend that money and do that, good on them, But what I don't want to do is I don't want to create policy in these chambers that hurts someone. And if what we're going to do, and I haven't been convinced that what we're going to do isn't going to hurt their small businesses, then I'm not for it. It sounds like we're going to help give a hand up, prioritize Volusia County with EMS. We're going to prioritize them. So county government. We're going to prioritize 2 hospitals locally. And everybody else is going to receive less. We all have our own way of thinking. I couldn't leave these chambers tonight and feel good about myself going, well, you know, I made sure that the county was made whole with the EMS. And, you know, I made sure the 2 hospitals that are doing really well get the first bite of the apple. And, yeah, good to go. No. I'm not good with that, because you find people took the time to come in here and you weren't asking for something more than what you already have. I feel like you're already getting the crumbs, and that this body may take away more of those crumbs. How does that feel? Man, we appreciate what you're doing. You did a 10-hour day today. How about 11 tomorrow, man? You know, listen, I want everybody to be successful, but I feel like this decision is going to hurt some. And I would not allow this if this was going to hurt Halifax. If this was going to hurt Advent, I would be like, absolutely not. So I'm going to go back to what I heard earlier. The attorney said the current system's not unfair. So if it's not unfair, why are we trying to fix something that's not unfair? I say there's already a motion on the table. I'm going to vote no. And I would say just keep this at the status quo of what it is. I'm just not convinced with what I've heard from the testimony that we need to change what we're currently doing. It hurts not only those small businesses, but Don, you mentioned it, those uninsured small businesses. Okay? Those plumbers, those wallpaper hangers, those people, you know, who aren't working for government that have insurance, those people are the ones that are also going to get hurt. So that's why I am where I am on it. Thanks.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just putting it out there like many of my colleagues, you know, I don't think there's any dispute in the support that we all, especially myself, share for Halifax, Advent. With that being said, I also support the premier small businesses in our community. And my big hang up per se is the uncertainty of everything. I don't want things to be lopsided or one-sided with any business or company, and it's almost like picking winners and losers. We often get these scenarios thrown in our laps, but here we are trying to make the hard decisions and trying to make the right one. But it doesn't give me a good feeling if voting up on this or voting yes on it. It doesn't at all. And I just don't want to cut the throats of anyone, especially our small businesses and our blue-collar folks that need it so much, you know. So we depend on everybody. I wish there was a better scenario for us, but yeah, thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Yep, my last push, we talk about protecting the little guy, and I go back to our taxpayers who aren't here because they don't know how this impacts them. And remember, this is a lien on settlement money, and I believe that with the contracts that the patient makes with the providers, somewhat protects that little guy that you all are speaking about, and I just think there ought to be some protection for the 2 hospitals that we pay taxes to help take care of those uninsured people. If they don't get their money back, then they'll get it from us. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey, is this your 3rd time?
My second.
Okay.
My second.
He said it.
Sorry. Just one final push to contra Jake and to remind him, yes, I worry about taxpayers as well. The problem I have is Halifax makes nearly $3 billion a year in a $230 million building and pays 0 in tax. We all pay taxes. They pay taxes. The $3 billion a year company pays 0 in property tax. Advent Health, they do the same number in a $233 billion building, pays 0 in property tax. So yeah, I am concerned that these taxpayers are not getting the same benefits already that Halifax and Advent get. I think we already do enough for them, and we got to be mindful of these people and not just the big hospitals. So thank you guys for your
So
attention.
may I rebut? 30 seconds.
Councilman Johansson.
I find it interesting that we bring up the wages and the taxes of the two hospitals, but we never ask chiropractors and lawyers how much they make. You've never once asked. Billions of dollars, 40%. So we wake up every day with a bias. I see where yours is, you know where mine is. And I think it's important to bring up both points in the conversation so it's not one-sided. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just
Councilman
want to add
Santiago.
just for fun, because it's fun, I guess, a little bit, and more for to bring out, I guess, what I would consider facts. You're right; they pay no taxes, but I think at that same caveat, you have to put the sentence in there that they provide indigent care. They're required by state law to provide services to stabilize people, regardless on opportunity to pay, or capability, I should say, pay. So there's checks and balance in there as why they get those the benefit of that. And they have a strong enough team to defend themselves. I'm just pointing out the facts. I've even argued in the past, when I was in the legislature, to mandate a certain level of indigent care in a community. So I want you to know, my position isn't a complete, a cheerleader for that current system, but they do provide a stabilization indigent care, which is in the multi-millions every year, and I'd like to see them do more.
Okay, Councilman Robbins, and then I'm going to call the question, so you got to wrap it up.
I'm going to do my best, Chairman. I spoke to just the county manager a second ago, and I believe he's trying to get with Ryan. Off the top of his head, he quoted somewhere in between, we collect back through EMS 30 to 35% of our billable or the services that we provide. Can I shoot back there real quick to see if Ryan has a number of what the taxpayers are on the hook for? Would that help?
Is there a speaker back there? Okay.
Just a rough.
And this is numbers of what we collect for our EMS services.
What we collect, and then what the taxpayers have to absorb for.
Well, they're working on it, but the deal is we collect about 50% of what we charge, but there are other reasons for the write-off. It's not necessarily someone not paying their bill, but it's in the millions, I can tell you that much. But whether it's 10 million or not, no, but it's probably in the low millions.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Carissa, would you please call the roll on ordinance 2025-09, ordinance adding chapter 58, article 5, medical provider liens and establishing for certain medical providers an entitlement to liens for certain outstanding charges. That's the motion that we're voting on. And the motion is to approve.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
No.
Mr. Santiago,
I'm going to do a Troy for a second, Mr. Chair.
That's all right. This is important. Want me to come back to you?
Can't do that, Chairman. Keep him right there.
We got to follow that number
Keep
system.
him right there.
Yes.
Mr.
Mr.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Dempsey,
No.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Kent,
No.
Mr. Brower.
No. And the motion fails 4-3. Thank you for all who came in. Item 11 is a contract with Halifax Paving, Inc. for the berm restoration north of Ponce de Leon Inlet. And who's going to kick it off? Jessica Fentress.
Good evening, Jessica Fentress with Volusia County. I am the Coastal Director. I also have a representative from Halifax Paving in the audience.
You haven't even heard of it.
So the bids came in, we're at $7.7 million, and this is for the harvesting, the hauling, and the placement of that beach sand associated with the upcoming Army Corps inlet and intracoastal waterway dredging project. We're going to be required to remove debris, and we're also planning on planting the dunes once the sand is placed.
Okay.
This is just an area where the stockpile is going to be located, and I'm available for questions.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's not really a question. It's more of a comment unless you have a question.
Yeah.
Chairman,
let's
motion to approve.
Let's do questions. I just had one question. You partially answered it about planting. Is the planting covered in the $7 million, or is that something extra that Coastal's going to do?
The planting is included in the contract. Should we find an additional grant to leverage funding, then we will pursue that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of the hard work that you've done with respect to getting the easement signed, I mean, that was huge as far as making this process go a little bit easier. We're going to do a presentation at the shore, or at Ponce Inlet's meeting Thursday night, so I'll be able to explain that to them. So thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for the fact that we get this underway. We've been waiting for a long time. That being said, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, Troy, you want to second it?
Sure, I'll second it.
Troy tried to make that motion, but I had the question. So Vice Chair Reinhardt makes a motion to approve, seconded by Troy Kent. Any other questions?
Nope, just a comment.
Okay, comment by Troy Kent.
Yes, Council, I just wanted to say I'm so pleased we're doing this, but I'm also extremely happy that a local Volusia County, Ormond Beach, born and raised man and his company received this project. You know, his bid won, and Tad, I know because you grew up here, you grew up surfing here, and this is your home, that you guys, of course, will go above and beyond in this area. So thank you for bidding on this, keeping your company housed here in Ormond Beach, which, by the way, near an area that was, I don't know if the rest of the council knows, but has been a hot ticket item for 2 years here with the fuel farm. You're right next door. You're right there. And I'm appreciative. When I saw the staff report, I was pleased that it was a local company that is going to be doing this work, not someone from out of town. Not that that's a terrible thing, but it's not a carpetbagger. It's someone right here from our own community. So thank you.
Is there someone from Halifax here?
Yeah.
Mr. Durance is in
Ted Durance is back there.
David Santiago.
I just want to continue along the lines of Troy. Tad, thanks for being here. And, you know, Troy, he mentioned you were a surfer. Troy claims to be a surfer. Was he a good surfer? Because you've been around. Okay, he makes a lot of claims that I got to verify sometimes. So, okay, thank you for that verification. Thanks for being here.
I just want to put on the public record, his answer was not good. It was very good.
Wow, okay. Thanks.
Okay, just a quick comment. I am for this. Tad, I'm glad to see you here. I concur with Mr. Kent. I love a local-based company. I love how your family has been involved with the community for as long as I remember, which is a long time. Going to school here, your name was very common in my high school. So this is good. The only thing I can say is, Jessica, your job now is to make sure we don't get a severe northeasterly to take all this sand back out to
I've looked at the long-term forecast, and she's looking good.
Okay, good.
So my fingers are crossed.
Okay, good. Actually, where this is going, there's a little wider beach, isn't there? There's some beach there.
So we've, and pardon my explanation, we're in a really good position right now in this area of our coastline. At dead low, it's very wide, which means that the Army Corps contractor is expecting about a 6-month time frame where they're actually going to be actively dredging and placing the material on the beach. So if you look at how it works, typically our major storm season comes in late September, October, November-ish. So my hope is that we can get as much of this really good beach material on the beach. We survive through the summer when our beach grows normally. We harvest all this good sand, put it along our coastlines, and then we're ready to go for this fall and winter.
Right. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it carries 7-0. It's a lot of money, but we have to protect our coast. Item 12, award of agreement for CDBG DR multifamily housing new construction gap funding. And Donna Butler, I believe, is going to start this. This could take a while.
Good evening, council members. Donna Butler, Director of the Office of Recovery and Resiliency. So we brought this item to you, I think 2 meetings ago now, and you asked us to ask the folks some questions, and we've done that. So I will try and go through it very quickly. We asked them all the following questions. Will the road surrounding the new development be able to handle the increase in traffic? How will it impact local schools? What's the proposed method for ensuring that the structures will meet federal elevation requirements? And what's the proposed foundation type? Has this parcel or surrounding areas flooded in recent storm events? And if so, provide details. And then what is your stormwater management plan and other details? So we had the county engineer and traffic engineering review all of their responses, and the volume generated by each development will have negligible effect on the surrounding road network. So I can go back through these if you want me to, but they're still on here. We wanted to give you a little picture so that you could see a little bit more of where they were located and give you a little bit more information. So 56 units of senior housing in Daytona Beach, 84 units downtown DeLand. New Smyrna Beach, it was 40 units. This is the Public Housing Authority, going to be replaced with 6 units. And then finally, 80 units of senior housing in Orange City. So I'm prepared to answer any questions, and then I believe that there are some developers here that might be able to answer questions for you as well.
Okay, for questions, Councilman Robbins.
No questions. Motion to approve as presented.
We have a motion to approve as presented by Danny Robbins. The second was by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Any other questions? Any comment? I have one question,
Okay.
Donna. I think it is,
Good Housing Partnership?
no, that one too, but my main concern was the, Good Housing Partnership. It's flood area.
It is. It's in the 100-year floodplain. But they will be required by federal law to go 2 feet above that base flood elevation. That's a minimum requirement. And then they also have to follow the guidelines that the city of New Smyrna Beach puts in front of them. And I probably can't speak to it as well as others, but it's a compensatory requirement. So normally if you take, if you add 1 cubic foot of fill, then you have to provide 1 cubic foot of stormwater. Right? You have to dig a hole for that. Oops, excuse me. In the city of New Smyrna Beach, it's 150%, so it's 1.5 times that amount. So they will have to follow, and the motion even says you have to get all your site plans, development plans approved by each city. So they'll have to follow all those regulations. They have actually, they are aware that they need additional land for adequate stormwater and are working on acquiring that as well. So until they have that all figured out, they won't be able to move forward. But if they get it figured out, they're good to go.
Okay. And what about Bristol Manor? Is this
It's in Orange City. It's
Is
near
this in the
home-
area that flooded really bad on the, near the hospital, near the Advent?
It is across the street and diagonal from that area. So it is near the Home Depot side of things.
And they weren't affected by the flooding?
Not to my knowledge. I talked to the city manager, and they were supportive of the project.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
No, Mr. Chair, maybe just to help you, very familiar with that area, 35 years in that area. And after the storms, I was driving around that area. As a matter of fact, I met our public works director. The issue was around the hospital is where that was, that low area. But what they were trying to do from the hospital is pump it up to the areas where we were talking about because it was all dry, just if that helps
To
you.
Bristol?
Up into that
Yes.
general area. I don't know
That's true.
specifically, but in that area.
Okay, that does help, thank you. All right, anyone else? Then all in favor of the award of agreement for CDBG DR, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Who was that very emphatic aye from?
Made it back in time.
Oh. Okay, good job, Donna. Item 13, appointments to the PLDRC. Carissa, you want to kick this off?
Mr. Brower, I believe you had public comment for item 12.
Oh, we did.
Too late.
I don't know if any of
Is
them are here.
Is Teresa Pope here? Did you want to speak? You wanted it to pass? Okay, then you're good.
All right, so for item 13, you have the appointments to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. I did want to let you know that prior to the meeting, Ms. Donna Brosmere, I was notified that she was elected to the school board, so she is no longer an applicant because this is considered an office and it would be a dual office holding conflict. And each council member will be making a nomination to this board. However, there are some nuances. For example, that Mr. Johansson and Mr. Chair, you do have to make your nominations from the unincorporated area.
Correct.
The remaining 5 of you, only 2 individuals can be from the incorporated areas of a city. So everybody else would have to be from unincorporated areas as well.
So it's a matter of who you call on first.
Sounds like a government program. We need Doge to fix this.
We do.
Right.
And how are
I'm
you
gonna
going to
go to
go?
Kent first, that'd be great.
Are you going to use the list for today, Reinhardt to Brower?
However you would like to do it.
Well, Matt would like that.
Yes, I would.
So, I mean, that's the list we've been following all day. So if nobody has any objections.
Mr. Chairman, something to consider.
Mr. Johansson.
Not that I care, I can wait, but since we are, I reiterate to the elected officials that we're only allowed to do the unincorporated areas. So
Two
if
of
you
us.
could be mindful of that in your selections,
I will be.
then I'm all in favor of sticking with the order.
I promise I will be.
Okay, Councilman Robbins, you had a question or a comment?
I do also want to note that the only options for Mr. Santiago are from the incorporated areas of Volusia County. So,
And Matt, did you have a question or comment? You're just ready to nominate?
Ready to nominate.
Okay, you want to call the roll, please?
Mr. Reinhardt,
Edith Shelley would be my nomination.
Mr. Robbins,
Frank Costa, please.
Mr. Santiago,
Don Dempsey.
Stony Sixma.
That would be interesting.
so I do want to note that all of the other applicants or members would need to be from the unincorporated areas due to Mr. Reinhardt's and Mr. Santiago's nominations.
Well, way to go.
I had no choice, though. She said I only had to pick.
Yes.
Yeah, I had no choice.
We'll give you grace.
Mr. Dempsey.
Ronnie Mills?
Good.
Mr. Johansson.
Frank Costa, however, Donna Craig.
Okay.
So which one are you picking? Because
Frank Costa's already been picked.
Donna
Craig.
So Donna Craig, he took yours, Mr. Kent.
the only one I had, because Donna Brosmore can't do it because she's now an elected official.
I will take back my nomination. Christopher Earson,
I'm looking for that name.
he's up in District 1, sir.
Okay, Christopher Earson.
Mr. Kent.
I'll start with thank you, Mr. Johansson.
No problem.
Donna Craig.
Mr. Brower.
Let's see who's left.
I can state their names if you wish.
No, I've got them all highlighted. Ronnie Mills made it through, Stoney made it through, Donna made it through, Emily Bush.
Okay. And if you can have a motion and vote.
Motion to approve all of those names?
Second. Oh.
We have a motion to approve by Troy Kent to approve the names, and a second by Jake Johansson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And they are all approved. Now we have appointments to the Tourist Development Council.
Correct. And so there are two different categories which you would need to appoint from for this one. If you could see, the recommended motion was too large for the system, so it's actually at the very end of the summary highlights. There's one nomination that would need to be an owner or operator of a motel, hotel, recreational vehicle park, or other tourist accommodations. And there's another one that would need to be a person involved in the tourism industry and who has demonstrated an interest in tourist development, who may or may not be an owner or operator of a motel, hotel, or recreational vehicle park. And the different categories are listed under the membership of the summary highlights.
Question, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Santiago has a question.
From our legal team, is the makeup of the tourism councils, is that by statute, by the special election that was done, I guess, for the creation?
It's both our statute and our ordinance codifies it.
Oh, so the ordinance creates the makeup?
Yep, right.
Interesting. All right, Council, I mean, I know it's before us here today, but I think that's a worthy discussion to look at that for future purposes, to see if we'd like how the makeup balance is. I don't have any particular recommendation right now, but I think it's worthy to look at that again, to make sure that the makeup of these committees represents what we want the interests, I guess, to be fairly represented. I don't know if there's any thoughts on that for future discussion.
Good point.
I could bring it up in council. I think all of them.
I think it's a good point, Councilman Santiago, and I think it's worth a deeper dive.
It may stay the same, it may change, but at least a discussion to look at it. I think we have consensus, Mr. Chair, on that. I don't know if we want to take a
Like it.
vote. Okay. You got that, Mike and them? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Opposed?
Too confusing.
But you were not proposing changing this today.
No, I'm not prepared to. I just think it's worthy of a discussion. It may, like I said, it may stay the same, but I think we should
Right.
have a conversation about it.
Yes, I agree.
Any council member can make the nomination.
How many do you need?
Two. So you're two from the category 6, which is an owner or operator of a hotel, motel, recreational vehicle park, is Aaron Alberding. He is also currently on the Halifax Area Advertising Authority, and Christine Forrest. And if no one wishes to make a nomination for that category, we can move on to.
I'll nominate Christine Forrest, was it?
Well, hold on.
Oh, we were real quiet, that's
Right.
why.
No, I have my name up.
My bad, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it, Matt.
That's all right.
You had a nomination.
I do. Janet Kersey.
So
You're
for
in the second.
I'm in the second,
Level.
yes.
correct. So Mr. Santiago nominates Christine Forrest from category 6, and Mr. Reinhardt does Miss Janet Kersey for category 7.
That worked out. Yeah, good.
And Robin,
I'll second that.
Janet Kersey? Okay. And Mr. Kent seconds the nominations.
Can you tell me who between Mr. Reinhardt and Mr. Santiago, who would be the maker of the motion?
I
Motion
yield
to
to
approve those
the
names.
prison guard.
Mr. Vice
Mess with
Vice Chair Reinhardt made the motion. Troy Kent made the second for Kersey and Forrest. Matt Reinhardt. No other question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And the nominees carry 7-0. Item 15 is appointments to the Halifax Area Advertising Authority.
Yes, the nominations for the Halifax Area Advertising Authority, also known as HAW, is in front of you. This will be 11 nominations. The terms are expiring for all of the board members. We do have to maintain a rotation order of appointment for each council member, and that would begin with Mr. Reinhardt, and it will actually end with Mr. Santiago in this instance. And it'll go by district number, then chair, at-large member, and then we'll start the district members over again.
Okay. I have two names up. Danny Robbins.
Chris, did we by chance have an application come in for a Mark McDonald from the beachside?
I did. He has not completed or cleared his background check at this moment. I did check this morning. You do have an additional application that I did place on your desk for Mr. Frank Molnar, who came through this morning, but Mr. McDonald had not, as well as one other individual.
Would we be able to, Carissa, have that clean hands by the next meeting where I can just hold my appointment?
I can't say that for sure because a background check is different from the clean hands check. The advertising authorities actually need a background check in order to be considered for appointment. I don't know if I could bring it back at the next council meeting, but when I do get the information back, I can bring it back.
Chairman, I'm going to hold off if that's okay.
Okay. Yep. Matt Reinhardt.
And thank you, Chair. Chris, as we spoke earlier, we're still waiting for Johnny McGill. So I'm gonna hold up as
Also
well
wait.
till that comes back, if it comes back.
You
It should be.
You actually have 2 appointments.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oops.
Jake Johansson, you had a question?
I'll defer.
No, sir, I'm ready to make a motion for
I
one of
don't
my
think
guys.
it's your
when it's
turn
time.
yet.
Okay.
Chris is driving a hard. Who are you pulling first?
Mr.
District
Reinhardt
1?
is first.
All right, since I get 2 and I can wait on the other one, I'll go with Jim Jaworski.
Mr. Robbins, you actually get 2 appointments as well.
Who is my appointment? I'll reappoint Mr. Jim Berkeley.
Good choice.
Mr. Kent,
I am going to reappoint John Phillips.
I don't see his name on the sheet. If I can remember correctly, Mr. Phillips has changed his occupation and no longer qualifies to be on the board.
Well, thank you for that. What about Samir Naran?
She is an applicant.
Perfect.
I'm sorry, say that the last name again, please.
Naran.
Mr. Santiago.
No. Okay. John Bertros and reappoint, and Megan Butler.
We'll do your second nomination after. So, so John Beatrice.
Point of order.
Good.
Sounds good to me.
Point of order.
Yeah. And Don Dempsey will be my second one. So.
Mr. Chair,
Ken Botts.
sorry.
It's okay. Mr. Santiago's getting hungry.
Mr. Johansson.
Frank Molnar to replace Blaine.
Mr. Dempsey.
Reappoint Aaron Alberding.
Say it again, Don.
Mr. Reinhardt. Postpone.
I'm gonna wait on the second one, if I could, until a future meeting, till we get information back on.
And Mr. Robbins, you would like to do the same? Mr. Kent.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, sorry, I'm gonna have to hold off as well. I just have the one name right now.
Mr. Santiago, if you can just give me one moment, we do have to ensure that 6 are from the lodging industry. And so I'm not certain with the individuals postponing, those individuals might need to be from the lodging industry depending on what Mr. Molnar does. So he is in the tourism. Mr. Santiago.
Oh, Megan Butler.
I don't think she's, Chris, I think she's out.
Yeah.
On the list.
No.
Did you say no?
She did not reapply.
Oh, I thought I seen her on the list.
So your options are Sandra Whittington Boone, Anthony Campana, Michael Barcher, Daniel Weigel, Scott Jackson, Shelley Sloan, and Tony Pugula.
Anthony Campagna. What industry is he from? I'm trying to find his thing.
Give me one moment. He is the general manager of the Coral Sands Inn.
First time applying? Obviously, he's not an incumbent.
Correct. The only other incumbent is Sandra Whittington Boone.
All right, let's give Mr. Campagna a shot.
Have you seen their place? It's perfect all the time. He runs a really good business.
A good choice then. Sounds
He did.
Okay.
You should go stay there.
Yeah.
He's got cottages
He's on the beach?
right on the beach.
Ormond Beach?
Ormond by the sea.
Can I get a motion and vote?
Okay.
I would need a motion and vote to approve
Motion
the
to
slate.
approve?
I didn't get a second one.
Oh.
Second.
Correct. There's only 11 appointments, and it's based off of a
Okay.
rotational
And
order.
we have all 11.
And correct. Yours was the 12th. So if someone resigns within the 2 years, you would be the very next person to appoint.
Okay. Jake, did you have a question?
No, sir, I'm
Okay.
good.
Motion
All
to
right.
approve.
We have a motion to approve by Matt Reinhardt, all of the nominees. Is there a second?
Second, Johansson.
Second by Jake Johansson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the nominations are all approved. Item 16, appointments to the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. You're the only one here.
Yeah,
from
Georgia's here.
Southwest.
Uh,
Okay.
And again, this has to be done by a rotation order. There's 7 nominations. 3 need to be from the lodging industry. This rotation order begins with the District 1 member, with Mr. Dempsey.
Did you say Ruby? Okay. Yep, gotcha.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Elizabeth Baker.
Oh, this is about to be war here.
Oh, is it? Oh, well, I'll let you do.
No, you don't.
Okay.
You swing that pistol.
You're kidding me.
What'd I do?
You didn't pick your guy.
There's my guy.
Jamie Dudley.
Are you going to continue?
No, I'm gonna go back and change to Jamie Dudley.
Oh. Peer pressure.
It was. I was scared.
Caught up in that web.
I did.
Mr. Robbins.
Chad Truxell.
Oh, man. At least he's in.
Mr. Kent.
Does Rebecca Zaruzin want to do it again?
She did not reapply.
What are my options then?
Oh, no. Rebecca Zuruskin did reapply. So her
Thank you.
former name was Simmons. I'm so
available.
sorry.
Yes, then that's who I'll go with.
Mr. Santiago.
Elizabeth Betsy Baker. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Richard England.
Mr. Johansson.
Mike, amen. No, it isn't. Mm-mm.
We nominated 3 from the lodging industry, so if I could have a motion and vote.
Can we have a motion to approve by David Santiago?
Second, Johansson.
Second by Jake Johansson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the nominees pass 7-0. And finally, after sitting here all day, we have appointments to the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority.
This is also 7 nominations. There is a specific rotation order that we must adhere to, and as well as 3 shall be selected from doing business within the lodging industry. And the person to start us off, we will have to wait for, because it's Mr. Dempsey.
So we have to wait? Okay.
I said we appoint him.
Could you
Was there-
skip that appointment?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Oh, hang on one second. Hold on one second.
Mr. Dempsey.
Hey, Mr. Dempsey's here.
West Volusia Tourism, who do you want the last one? Item 17. Come over a little bit. There you go.
I can list the applicants if you would like.
Reappoint Tristan Adams.
Okay. Don picks Tristan Adams.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Oh, man.
Did you say Christine Forrest?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not getting pressured again. Sorry.
Mr. Robbins.
Chris, so who was my incumbent? I'm trying to find it.
You wouldn't have one because it's based off the rotation order. So in this instance, you don't have an incumbent. I can list for you the additional incumbents are Jennifer Armstrong, Susan Elliott, Karen Hott, David Wilson, and Ian Carey.
Karen Hott. please.
Mr. Kent?
David Wilson, is he on the list to do it again? Perfect.
You got one.
Mr. Santiago?
Jennifer Armstrong.
Mr. Chair?
Susan Elliott.
Mr. Johansson?
Ian Carey.
And if I could have a motion and vote?
Motion approved.
Motion to approve by Jake Johansson, second was by Vice Chair Reinhardt. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, is Georgia happy?
Look at that art.
Okay, we do have public participation, and it's not, oh, he is in there.
The first public participation, I don't believe she's in the room anymore.
I didn't understand that.
The first person that Jenna just handed you.
Michelle Letter is not in the room?
Yes, thank you. I couldn't remember.
Okay, that takes us to John Nicholson, who is in the room and awake.
Now it feels like normal, being the only one here. I kind of pushed for the arts and cultural because when I was a kid, I had all these advantages. I didn't realize it at the time, but I did. My parents had always told me that we didn't have anything because their parents had lost everything during the Great Depression of '29. So they knew what they had and they didn't have it. So they, in their mind, they didn't have much. But we did all kinds of things. I mean, we traveled. My father took a month off and we traveled around the state. We vacationed every year. We had a ski boat. We had a house in the Keys. But I still thought I was poor. And I got to realize that my sister-in-law says, you were never poor. You were middle class. So the other day I had several books, some German books, novels, that I wanted to donate. And I normally give it to Our Lady of Lourdes or the library. So I said, I'll give it to the Seabreeze, to their German department, their German speakers, so the kids could have novels to read. So when I went, the kids said, we don't have any languages. We only have ESOL. We had 14 different languages at my high school. They have none. They don't even have Spanish. I was shocked. But all of the things that I had when I grew up that I thought was normal, every summer we could go to the high school, and there's always sports programs, typing. If you wanted to learn a language, you could do all that stuff. These kids don't have that anymore. I know you want to cut back, but when you look at sports, when you look at things for kids to do, please realize that all the stuff that you were able to do when you were a kid, they don't have that ability anymore. So please, I know you want to be fiscally responsible, but they need what we all had, were taken for granted, most of us. So I'm asking you, be cognizant of the fact that things have changed, and this education that the kids are getting now is not nearly as good as the education that you all got. All right, thank you.
I thought you were going to sing some Gaelic for us.
Okay, that takes us to staff, County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a couple items. First off, as you're probably aware, the state legislature passed a new immigration bill into law. The bill requires, among many other things, that all jails, including those like ours that are run by the county, enter into what's known as the 287G program. This program, after training and certification by ICE, permits correction officers to perform certain immigration enforcement functions while an individual is in the county's custody. I am pleased to report that the county met today's required deadline for that. Actually, I think we were one of the first 5 counties that got our stuff in, according to Joe Demore. So just want to let everyone know that we have submitted that required memorandum of agreement for approval by ICE. Another piece of news, Daytona Beach International Airport earned a big safety award. The 2023 Southern Region Air Carrier Airport Safety Award was given and presented February 4th during the 2025 Southern Region Airports Conference, which was held in Atlanta. So we were also nominated for the award in 2024. So again, they're recognizing our work, our upgrades out at the airport. Many of you may know that we've been implementing a $16 million security upgrade over the last 2 years, which includes access controls, cameras, and all other data collection devices that make our airport one of the safest airports in the country. And I think that's very applicable given these recent times. So just proud of that. So those are the 2 major items that I had.
Thank you, County Attorney Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. Yesterday, I did send you the response to the inquiry that you had at our last regular meeting on alternatives to ad valorem or property taxes. So if you have questions on that or want more information, be happy to do that. Mine, I did not provide numbers. It was just the legal options, which is what I think your question was about. The other issue, just wanted to mention, we are having an issue with achieving quorum where your animal control board is a large board. It's 9 members. Does not have to be that way. It's something you've created by ordinance. You're down to 3 members. Their terms do expire in March, so you'll be having those appointments come in front of you soon if we have applicants. Of that 3, 1 has indicated they will not be reapplying, and you have received 2 applications so far for that 9-member board. This is a board you've created by ordinance, and Chrissy did a very good job walking us through the advertising authorities. This is one of the more complicated boards as well because it does not mandate, but it suggests that you have a variety of different people represented on your board. Whenever possible, have a licensed veterinarian, a Humane Society representative. We currently have a cat owner and a member of a kennel club, assuming they reapply, a hunter, a county citizen from unincorporated residential area, an owner of livestock, a county citizen in an unincorporated area that's agricultural, and lastly, another county citizen from any unincorporated area with an interest in animal issues. So I just mentioned that to you in case if there anybody, and I can email that list out to you, but if there's anybody you can think of that may meet, would be interested in serving on the board, meet the criteria, that's a board where we need representatives in order to achieve quorum. Really, their primary function at this point is to review proposed changes to your animal control ordinance. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Just a quick question. Is that something that a magistrate could do? I mean, is that an ordinance change that?
Yes, I'm trying to remember the year. It might have been 2009. The council switched to because your animal control board used to do two things: review proposed changes to your code, which it does now, and also hear your dangerous dog cases. Council changed the ordinance to go to a hearing officer or special magistrate for the dangerous dog determinations. So right now, it's a board that considers possible changes to your ordinance. Legally, you're not required to have that, but it's something that we have adopted in our code to establish as an advisory board to you.
Do you need it?
Legally, no.
Okay. The last time it came up, I think there was some interest in getting rid of that board. We saved it, and now here we are right back again. We can't get people to fill it, so I would be open to saying if to eliminating it. Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, I'm looking to my buddy on the far left there. He was very strong advocate for keeping it. Mr. Chair, I remember having this discussion. That's why. Mr. Chairman, I move that staff prepare options for us to create a special magistrate in place of our current process for the Animal Control Board.
Second, Johansson.
Okay. Have a motion on the table for staff to bring back information to convert this to a special magistrate. Motion by David Santiago and a second by Jake Johansson. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And the motion carries 6-1.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, that brings us to council members, and we will start with Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few things. This past week, the Public Protection Director, Randa Matusiak, thank you very much for accommodating a couple tours for me. The first was Animal Services. My understanding is that you and I, Chair, are the only two that have done that. So you should, if you get the opportunity, gentlemen, to take advantage of that and the great work that they're doing out there. It's an older facility, but when you walk inside, you can tell how staff take pride in it and how organized they are for the small workspace that they have. Extremely clean. They gave me the detailed run of everything, but thank you, Director Matusiak and Director Medema, Field Supervisor Jennifer Meister, ACO Tony Moriarty, and ACO Justin Fitzgerald, as well as Office Specialist Judy Wilkerson. I wanted to mention their names. They were extremely prideful in their job, so I thank them. Prior to the tour of animal control, there was actually an area of the jail that I have not seen. What? That's because it was created after I left. It was created after I left. If you know the old medical examiner's building, part of it has been converted into a corrections training lab. My idea was to bring some pictures for Carissa to put up, but I'll share them with you individually. So they have a DT lab inside there, a classroom environment in there. There is a mock weapons area set up. It's really good that we're taking the training of that profession to that level. So I'm very pleased to see that. To say I was impressed was an understatement. As you know, how much of an advocate I am, I will say most of professional training that we have is within our corrections environment here in Volusia County, and I commend Director DeMoore for where he's brought us. They're reviewing policies. They're getting better. And I will mention one thing. If you remember, yeah, well, a couple things. All right, thanks. One thing in particular is you remember hearing the numbers when we had staff here from the corrections division when you talked about 60, 70, 80 positions down. Director DeMoore was brought on board. Gentlemen, there are 11 positions now. That's it. And they're still new people, and they're taking new hires on every day. I make it a habit that our classes that are trained out there at Daytona State, the instructor is one of my former captains who made warden, Larry Langdon, does a phenomenal job out there. The last class, I think we had 25 that will fill those positions. That would brought us to the 11. So I make it a point every class to go out and talk to those individuals, and I thoroughly enjoy that. So thanks to Director DeMoore, his leadership, and Assistant Director Christopher Schell, who was another great asset that, thank you, George, for bringing them on board. That being said, I would like to bring up my vision to continue our efforts in both assisting with the lowering of our tax burden, as well as teaching the inmate population yet another profession, and it is a profession, and that is farming. I've mentioned it before. I have not brought it up. I've given you examples of how it's done throughout the state, throughout the country. So I would like to make a motion to have staff bring back some options for us, research, and provide some startup options for a version of an inmate farm located on county property of VCBJ or VCCF. And staff could bring this information back for a later discussion. I think it's important, gentlemen. We have started some things with respect to other job training, but I think the farm is very near and dear to my heart, and I believe that it's going to help, the idle hand issue, keeping individuals busy. It's going to teach. Right now, the average cost for an inmate per day is $111.70. That's the average cost of an inmate per stay per day.
Mr. Reinhardt, I'm happy to second this. Do you have a timeline for staff to bring this back?
What's a decent time? Because there's going to be some information that we can gather from Manatee, Marion. I mean, I'm not talking about recreating the wheel, and we're just at the early stages of this right now. But, I've been patient with this for 2 years. I didn't want to burden it. And we've had some great things that have taken off with what you have done. April's great for me. Is that too much? Too quick?
Yeah, we'll need at least 90.
90 days?
90
Okay.
days.
Why don't we go at 90 days? I'm comfortable with that. Thank you. I know it's a big ask.
Tell me the kind of farm you're talking about.
So, as you remember, and I use Manatee County as an example, Manatee County started with 200, I believe it was, egg-laying chickens and tower gardens. We have the tower gardens, by the way. We have some greenhouses for some of our mangrove projects. We have rec yards right now that are not being utilized, so we can utilize that space. So I'm thinking of the chickens. I'm also thinking of expanding the tower garden issue to start with, and then at some point I'd like to see us move into livestock. So fish farm, tilapia farm, they made a incredible strides with a staged. I know I'm not a big tilapia fan, but they serve fish at the jail, and it's a staged tilapia farm. What I mean by that is they have the ponds built, man-made ponds that are built, and the inmate's job is not just feeding because they have them on actual automated feeders, but they actually remove the larger fish and put them in a bigger fish pond. It's a staged effort because they're very aggressive with respect to feeding. Yes.
Thank you. I am a little geeked out excited about what I'm hearing about what you want to do with it. My hope is that the transformation that's going to have to take place, the actual moving of dirt and things like that, is that there is a real plan that staff will bring before us where the
That's what I'd like to see.
where
Thank
the
you.
inmates
Thank you. The
where
inmates
the
learn it.
inmates are the ones actually
doing the
that work,
farming.
that we're not bidding this out for multiple
No,
million
no. And
dollars.
my idea, thank you so much for bringing that up, because years ago we just taught inmates how to drive tractors on how to cut grass. We have equipment. Right now we're teaching them how to drive forklifts for jobs that we can do, and that started with making up the sandbags and just having the inmates get on the forklift. And you think that's a basic function, but it's not. But that teaches the inmates for warehouse jobs. And Lord knows, we have a real big one out there in Daytona right across the street from my house that's going to be opening, and that and they're ready to hire these individuals. This goes in coordination with my Second Chance initiative that we're talking about. We've done job fairs in the jail. We've never done that before. We're fixing to do our third, and we're having bigger companies like Walmart and Waste Pro and things like that are now coming to the table, and they want to hire these guys. So this helps lower your recidivism rate, lowers our tax burden. This teaches them a trade, and it helps our jail become more self-sufficient.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I agree with you, Matt. I just wish we could emulate what they did over across the way at Tomoka with Pride. I remember how well Pride worked because they used to refurbish fire trucks and they used to refurbish heavy equipment attachments. In fact, I bought one of their bush hogs that they had refurbished.
That they refurbish, yeah.
About 25 years ago, and it was wonderful. And so if we could get them into a trade that's, your idea is awesome, don't get me wrong, but even a marketable trade, because if they could learn how to engine repair or anything like that to give them skills so when they get out they don't have to go back dealing on the streets or whatever they did before. And the other thing I'd add is we kind of got to get the message out to these judges, because for some reason there's a mindset that we don't want long county jail sentences. We want 30-day stays and that's about it. But they're shying away from extended stays in the county jail when the defense attorneys...
That is a challenge.
Yeah, it is a challenge because they all send them off to DOC, and they would rather get local sentences, be there for so we
could teach them. And we are doing that. I'm part of the PSCC and with Judge Case, Chief Judge Case, and I brought this issue up with them as well, explaining, and that's another challenge that we've reduced our inmate count, which we want to do, but that is a challenge within itself. But if I could, Chair, to answer your question with teaching other trades, Manatee County, what I brought up to they started out with the chickens and the tower gardens, and then went into a full-fledged farm. They were teaching them how to not just drive equipment but repair equipment. So right now, their farm not only does that, they have their own paint booth that they can do school buses. They're doing upholstery for the school buses and the county vehicles. They're doing embroidery for the inmate for shirts and whatnot for the staff. They're doing their inmate uniforms, making their own inmate uniforms. They're making their own inmate mattresses. They are becoming so self-sufficient, but guess what? It started with chickens and a tower garden. You have to start somewhere. Yeah. And they knew that, and they got grant funding, and they got public support behind it, because when you talk about the average cost, and that's going up, it was $30-some when, years ago. Now it's $111. And the prices are just going up. Now, one of the contributing factors that we don't, at the local level, have control over are medical costs. That's going to be a burden. That's your big ticket item. Your mental health stuff, and that's another topic I can get into at a later date. So, but thank you.
That's a great idea.
Just real quick, Matt, I'm happy to hear you bring that up. I support it wholeheartedly. I think starting with egg production and vegetables is a great place to start. I would be glad to volunteer if this goes through to teach egg production with floorless pens that actually would do all of your grass mowing for you.
Oh, that's right.
And they eat grass and live off that. I'll just say one thing about vegetable production. Tower gardens suck. The best, the most nutritious vegetables are grown in dirt. But if you want to use tower gardens, then I'll also show you how to grow good vegetables in containers that are easy. Then you don't have to plow up a field. But great idea. Thank you. So we have a motion to send this to staff. Motion by Matt, second by Troy. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it carries 7-0. George, your name disappeared.
That's okay. I'll discuss it later. Thank you.
He likes tower gardens. Okay, Matt, you were done. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. A couple quick items. Council, county staff, residents of Oldstein have requested that we look into the Osteen JPA, the Joint Planning Agreement with Deltona. I guess there's a project that possibly submitted a site plan, and there's a lot of questions about it. And ultimately, council, what I'm looking to do is, I don't even know if we got to give staff direction on it, but to somehow do some community outreach to discuss the JPA and try to get the vision of the residents in that area, and make sure that the JPA still aligns with that. Is that something we can do, a little community outreach with?
We certainly can. I do want to point out that the application that I think you're making note of is getting close to coming before you as a council, so you do have, I think, a quasi judicial agenda item coming forward,
Sure.
maybe in 2 meetings, 1 meeting or 2 meetings. One meeting at your next meeting.
And partially why I request that we look at it, staff, you know, especially with the power of social media and how it works. News for quite a long time now, you just have to be first. It doesn't have to be accurate. And really, some of this stuff gets legs quite a bit on social media. And I actually got sent a flyer that's being passed out, calls to action, but it actually kind of accuses the county in black and white to reject the false statements made by the county and city documents. I want to make sure our outreach is there. I want to make sure that we are as transparent as possible. I know you guys have answered all the questions, but I don't like seeing that. I don't know how to really address it in the community other than getting the facts out there and engaging the public so they're armed with factual information so they can formulate their own opinion. So whatever help we can get council on a little bit more engagement out there in Osteen would be greatly appreciated.
And
Also, too.
Danny, on that topic, if you go into another one?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, of the JPA, I've had long-standing opinion now for a few years that it's broken. It's outdated, and I factually think that it's unnecessary. I'm of that position. I was a part of the JPA. I was at the table when we created that joint planning agreement. I was on the City of Deltona Commission. And that JPA, I'll tell you, was created largely by the driving force of the Osteen community. I was at the table. So what you see there was largely that community pushing the county council and the City of Deltona to come up with a future plan for that corridor,
Sure.
that 415 corridor, what it would look like. And I'll take part to blame with that because it hasn't worked for whatever we put on that map. So I'm open to the discussion to a couple things, right? Do we revamp it, or do we want to abolish it and treat it like any other property in the county where, you know, whoever's the governing body, this makes the decisions on that. So that's just my piece, and I think we could have that discussion later.
I'd be more than, since you have the historical knowledge of it, David, I think that would come into play when we start doing community outreach. We can partner up and advertise the meeting where we can go and do this together with staff, just to try to get everybody on the same page and align everybody's vision. I know a lot of times that's not possible, but if we can do that, I think it would go a long way and kind of curb some of the extra that is being floating around the community.
I understand, and I agree with you. Let's look at it.
Just a couple things on that, real quick, Danny. It sounds like that would be a good opportunity for a town hall if you could get some staff to go, because it's a pretty volatile situation in Osteen.
It is if we allow it, and also too if we continue to play into a lot of the misinformation and flashlight under the chin when we don't have any of the information, and that goes with a lot of issues that we face, Chair. And I'm going to let staff try to organize a professional engagement session that we can have a productive outcome and not just a circling the wagons and a hanging session when we don't have the information. So I appreciate that. And moving on, Council, you guys, or we all collectively supported the Silver Glen recently or keeping the Silver Glen open recently in a, what document did we send? Was it a letter of support? There is a meeting, February 20th, which is coming up at 5:30 to 7:30 in Astor. And FWC is going to be there to discuss the closure and additional regulations for the public usage of it. If anybody wishes to attend, I can't begin to say again how huge that is to our community and especially Astor up there. I've learned to really love and enjoy that place, and it would absolutely just devastate that community and hurt our boating rights and whatnot in the boating industry. So that's it. And staff, I'm probably going to go to that meeting in case anybody else goes.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to share a little more love on our airport because I think it's important to share the story. I think last week or a week and a half ago, I flew out of Daytona Airport, and I met a lady there, pre-TSA, that I think she was out of the Charlotte area. She lives over in that area, and she was just praising our airport. She says she encourages everybody that can come to Daytona Airport to fly in there. Her words, I believe, is the best airport she flies into. So hats off again to an amazing team over there. And this was a lady that lives in Charlotte. So she's one of our promoters and champions. Thank you, Cyrus. Earlier today, I talked about the tourism board looking at the makeups to have a discussion in the future. I want to put that in the form of a motion so we just have it codified to support. Mr. Chairman, I move that we direct staff to bring back to us the makeups of the tourism boards for our discussion and potential future changes.
Second, Johansson.
Any questions?
I'd like to clarify that you're talking about the Tourism Development Board, or are you also including the advertising authorities?
Oh, sorry, I may have said it wrong. The advertising authorities that we approved here today. Thank you for the correction.
The three
You
advertising
also
authorities?
approved the Tourist Development Council today.
I think you meant the Tourist Development
I meant the three that we appointed people to today, to Halifax, Southeast, and
The
West
advertising,
Volusia.
so the three advertising
Yes,
authorities.
those. Thank you for clarifying it. Good job. What, let's put it on the table. Is that okay, council?
Do all four?
Yeah, let's do all four.
I second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion by Santiago, second by Jake Johansson to look at all the tourist stuff, all the boards. Any questions, comments? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
And my next item, Mr. Chair and Council, is I kind of want to say I think the governor was watching one of our county council meetings. Right? And if you remember, a few weeks ago, we mentioned the idea of eliminating property taxes. So yesterday came out, and I'm reading it here, the headline, Governor DeSantis indicates support for abolishing property taxes in Florida, which I first had to pinch myself because I was like, wow, what a coincidence that it happens. But I think he was watching our council meeting. I'm going to stick to that. Or one of his staffers was. That being said, I'd like this council to approve a letter from the council signed by the chair or all of us, whatever we decide, to the governor's office addressing our support for consideration. Specifically, I think the process would require an OPAGA study, and I think Mike put that in his update to us. That was one of the considerations of not too long ago, but giving the governor support for the initiative to look into it and consider an OPAGA report, which is a very comprehensive report that looks at, the good, the bad, and the ugly for the legislature to make a decision. So I move that we send a letter of support to the governor supporting his position and asking for him to continue down that path.
I second that from the entire council. Signed by the entire council.
So what I can do is, if this motion passes, I'll bring back the draft letter for you to approve. With Mr. Booker.
Can we do something so it goes out tomorrow? The reason is the legislature's in session right now. Time is of essence. Every day that goes by is another day that something else dies. Is there a methodology that we can give you direction, Mike, to say send tomorrow?
I think
if we approve?
This is my suggestion. If you're okay with authorizing the chair to sign it, we can work with him and draft something up. If it's signed by all of you, becomes a sunshine issue. Because if you each individually have edits, I need to bring the letter back to you. And that's what we typically do. We bring a letter back to you. I understand that you're concerned about timing here. I think if you want it to go out as soon as tomorrow, I don't think it can have all your signatures. It can be on behalf of the council. But what I would do is take your direction to write something that for the chair that would be comfortable signing.
Can I jump in? Mr. Dyer, what if Councilman Santiago and the rest of this council right now gave you the bullet points that we're okay with? And then you create it, and we're telling you right now in the sunshine, right now, here's what we want you to talk about. This way it gives all 7 of our names.
Absolutely, that's fine.
Okay.
I think where we get into an issue is
Pull the
if you
trigger.
say you want edits, I can't do that.
Oh,
But give me the direction
You guys
now
are
and it's
competent
fine.
enough to do that, so
Okay.
we gave you guys some very good reviews a couple of months ago. I will say, according to Mr. Troy Kent's commentary, I'm okay with that if the council wishes to approve this. And I think those bullet points are that we're supportive. I think make the statement that we believe that the Florida property tax process, I'm going to go strong, is broken, and
I
it
agree with that.
warrants support for his idea to consider a support for an OPAGA study from the legislature to look at options to fix the broken property tax system.
Okay.
Fix or replace. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, fix or replace. Good point, Mr. Chair.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Pretty sure it's going to be a short letter.
Yeah, it sounds like it would be.
Yeah. Motion to.
Second.
There we go.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thanks for that, guys. And Governor, keep watching our meetings. We have a lot of fun here. And the last thing I had, I just seen a breaking news. Troy, your birth certificate is being reprinted and the name of the hospital is being removed. I just wanted to let you know that.
Could be.
Thank you, everybody. I'm done.
Councilman Don Dempsey. Michael, your name is still up. You're done?
Yes, sir. I apologize.
Okay. Councilman Don Dempsey.
The governor's watching you, Dave. I'm setting you back weeks in your paranoia therapy, I'll bet, huh? Yeah, I have nothing. But Cyrus, that award, the safety award, I don't know what part you play in this, but being a pilot, my son was a flight instructor over there at Phoenix East, and the number of foreign students, the language barriers, the amount of traffic that they have going around in there, and to get the safety award is, hats off to you, because I guess you're the boss of the buck stops with you, so to speak. So congratulations on that, because that really is a dangerous airport. And with all the student pilots, which I think are the most dangerous pilots out there, and plus the added language barriers, that's hats off to you, bud. That's very, very impressive.
Cyrus Callum. Thanks. Thank you, gentlemen. Cyrus Callum, Aviation and Economic Development Director, Economic Resources Director, and I'm flattered as I am ruining my title and coming in. It's the team. I have to give 100% credit to the team. The staff, they're innovative. They come up with so many ideas that keep us ahead of what our peer airports are doing. And so I'm just fortunate to have those professionals around me, and we sit in rooms and we throw things at the dartboard and see what sticks. And fortunately for us, the FAA and some of our other stakeholders are buying what we're selling. So I don't want to get ahead of myself with another award that I just heard we received today from Aviation Newsweek magazine, but we got the project of the year for our runway lighting project that we just continue to wrap up. So all of this good fortune just keeps happening, but I cannot take credit for it. It has to be the team and all of us just kind of sitting around the table trying to figure out how we can make this airport better for our community, for our stakeholders, for our county, and so we've been successful in that effort.
I did hear there's too many bass in the ponds in the front there, and we need to eradicate some of them. That was a rumor. And Danny and I are willing to help out for the team.
So I'm sorry to say that there may be a policy change in our ability to allow people to fish from those ponds for safety purposes. Thank you, gentlemen. Yep.
And then last, Danny, only because you brought it up, I plan on going to that meeting with you on Thursday, so I don't know if do we have to notice that? Does that mess things up? I can go with Danny?
Well, you can't ride with him.
I can't ride with him. I just help him with the big words, that's all.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a
You just
motorcycle?
can't interact. So I don't know if you're planning on going and just watching. If you're watching, it's not.
I hate to be this guy, but Mike, why can't they interact? I mean, why can't you notice this?
No. Okay.
Well, I don't want to.
No, it's fine.
Can you notice this?
I can. I'm just telling. Attorney General recommends I do it 72 hours in advance. I can go ahead and do it tomorrow morning.
You could do it tonight.
Or I can do it tonight.
If I just sit there and be quiet and not say anything, is that okay?
What's that?
Yes.
If I just sit there and just be quiet?
Yes.
Or
But I
run.
will.
Or run like a little boy.
That is Mission Impossible, I think, what they call that.
But I will notice it tonight.
Okay.
I'll work with Mr. Ryan, and we will get it done.
Let me put this on the public record. Don't listen to Troy Kent on this. Listen to your attorney. I just wanted him to try to get it out in time so you all could publicly interact if you wanted to at that meeting. But don't listen to my advice. Listen to Mike Dyer's advice.
That's it. Okay, Jake Johansson.
Sir, I was tempted to make a motion about drinking coffee up here, but I'll skip that for now. I had a great meeting with staff the other day. We made a motion to investigate what we can do for veterans, and number one, the stand down at the Ocean Center is coming up in mid to end of March, 21st, 2nd, or 22nd, 23rd. No, 21st, 2nd, Friday, Saturday. And that promises to be a great start. But after that, I'm hoping we can wrap up some staff initiatives that we'll be bringing to council for veteran discounts, some outdoor expansion of outdoor facilities for them, some acknowledgement opportunities, and some focused hiring, maybe internal to the government, but I would like to expand that to external. So that's coming here shortly. I appreciate everything that George and Suzanne and Brad and Scott Olson and the team are doing to get me there. So thank you very much, George, on that, and Suzanne. The East Central Florida Regional Planning Council has a couple meetings tomorrow, and then the Diamond Awards. I look forward to having a few inputs for the Diamond Awards next year, but we'll go. I think Danny's going as well. We'll participate. We won't ride together, but we'll be there. And then yesterday, was it yesterday, David? Spirit of DeBerry, 2 days ago.
That's correct.
The city of DeBerry had the dedication of the Spirit of DeBerry. It's an M5 tank that I believe I think it was drivable until they put it on that slab the way they made it sound. But I bring it to your attention because Sherry Simmons, their government liaison, said that she's going to drive it here next time they ask for money. So I need to be prepared when the tank comes rolling in. But no, it was a great ceremony, and they have a F-15, an Anchor, and an M5 tank now, which is pretty cool. So,
little fact, well, maybe I shouldn't say in case it blows away, but the F-15 was hung up there by Volusia County Road and Bridge Department.
Excellent.
So
you know a guy that was associated with that back in the day?
and it's still there.
It's
So-
still there, and it's, yeah, I don't think it's going anywhere soon. And last but not least, I think Cyrus is still hanging out, or at least in earshot. I don't need you to come down, but at the Q breakfast, they were talking to some entrepreneurs. They got patents and and did some great work here in Volusia County. And one of the things that one of them mentioned was that she and her husband didn't really have a mentor, so they stumbled around. Now, when I got out of city management, and well before that, but I did have some interaction with the SPA and with Daytona State College, and I didn't really have a mentor, but I had people to go to figure out what I had to do, make sure I did my business tax receipt for the city, no, and the county too. Not that we have to do that anymore, but I'm very interested in making sure that entrepreneurs do have adequate resources to find mentors. I think we have incubators and other opportunities, but I want to make sure they're robust and they're well known. They're not well known to me, but I'd like to make sure that the small business community and the innovators who have all these great ideas and don't know how to execute them, that they have the resources they need to get from where they are to where they want to go. I believe that's it. Thank you very much.
Troy Kent.
Thanks, Chairman. Just a couple of comments. I'm going to start with a public apology to Michael Dyer. Mike, I'm going to look at you when I tell you this. I shouldn't play attorney, and that's your job to do that, your job to protect this council. I tend to think that all the attorneys I've worked with on government are ultra conservative, but I think it's for a reason. You want to protect your bosses. So thanks for being as conservative as you are. That being said, I'm excited that both Danny and Dawn are going to go. I cannot make this meeting, but my wife about a week ago sent me a screenshot of something she saw on social media about Silver Glen possibly being shut down, and she was like, is this true? Could this happen? It is going to Silver Glen and enjoying a day, a wholesome, fun day on our boat with family and friends is a great experience, and I am hopeful that you gentlemen are successful in expressing where we are in Volusia, that we want access to Silver Glen. We want to continue to be able to use it with our boats, and we don't want government overreaching and taking away our rights. So I'm appreciative that you two are going there. Just briefly on the airport, since a couple of people have brought it up, it is my favorite airport. It's a boutique airport. And I'm just telling not only you gentlemen up here, but those listening online and those in the audience, there's two places to grab a bite to eat at the airport. There's a little restaurant before you go through security. And listen, I'm not trying to dog them out. But the second one, after you go through security, if you're not getting a chicken salad sandwich on a toasted bread, and if you're not getting a peanut butter and jelly on white soft bread, and taking it with you and your family wherever your destination is, you are missing out in a big way. That chicken salad is a 9.5. And PBJ is a 9.0.
I've never had it. I've
Yeah,
flown
I'm
there several
I'm
times.
telling you right now, if you don't get it, you are missing.
Next time.
So I wanted to put that out there, so that you all were aware. And then I'll just end with this. I think as we get older, we're less surprised about stuff. You just, not that you become cynical, but you can read the tea leaves. You know how things are going to go. I just want to say, I was surprised tonight in a good way. Thank you, Danny Robbins. Have a good night.
His birth certificate is being reprinted too, by the way. Just want to let you know. I just heard that.
Okay. Director Caleb, you might as well come down because apparently we have to say happy birthday to you.
Oh, it is birthday. Yeah, you're right. Happy birthday.
But I have a question for you at the end of my. I have two very quick comments here, or First is to county manager. I think I know the answer to this, but we had nothing on flooding today on the agenda. When can we expect some of the issues that we sent to come back? I know we buried you, but.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because that is something that we need a little bit more clarity on.
Okay.
We put out the memo, the last meeting, which addressed the 7 items, and I really, need some direction from you guys. Where do you want to go with some of those? Because some of them already described what we were doing, and if that's acceptable, I need to know that. Others describe some of the limitations of what we could do or how we could do that. So we do need further direction. We can put together, a presentation on some of the items, but like I say, some of them, like the canal maintenance, for instance, we gave you the list of everything we're doing and where we're at. So, that would be one I would expect we've already really covered. So, so that's what I'm looking for from this council.
So you want to bring back the list so that we could all do that, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilman Santiago. Okay. The JPA, it was brought up, I think you said you'd like to see it be done away with?
I said I'd consider both options, either modifying it to what's reasonable, we think, or eliminating it.
Yeah, I would like to see what's involved in bringing it back and looking at it. I'm probably on the other end. I'd like to see it strengthened. I think the people of Osteen are concerned about, they want to stay rural, and they see Deltona pushing that way, and they see zoning and land use changed. So I would like to know how we can offer them better protection.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, if I can address that, I was there. I want you to know that, because there was litigation, a lot of litigation was happening, and this plan that's in place is what the Osteen residents agreed to at the time. Not everybody. I can't say that. You'll never get that. And the same comment that you made was the same comment back then. What's happened, this is just my opinion, what's happened is that when we created this very stringent standard in that JPA, nothing really happened, because it was about controlling the type of development we wanted along that corridor. Nothing happened. It was so stringent that nobody would invest in that to do that. And I think that was kind of sort of the mindset for some people. Now the market is changing. And people are saying, you know what, I can make that project work within the parameters that are in the JPA today. So we have told people for almost 20 years that this is the type of development you should put in a JPA. And where I struggle with that, the rule of law, now that people are saying, okay, I'll do that, we want to pull the rug from underneath them. And I don't think we should debate it all today, but that's my impression. People are saying, I'll do that now. Those property owners that waited 20 years, they have property rights, are engaging in that. Some want to pull the rug from underneath them because they say, I'll do it. So that's how that played out. I think both sides need to be, Danny, but that's the history, Mr. Chair, and I was there really engaged during that time.
David, sorry, Chair, go ahead.
I understand you were there. I don't doubt you were there. I don't question it. But in those 20 years, the mindset of the public may have changed. Was the JPA created between the county council and the Deltona City Council?
Yes, so there's two things I want to talk about. There's the JPA, which is the Joint Planning Agreement, and there's the Osteen Local Plan, which exists both in the city and in the county. So I want to make it clear. The Osteen Local Plan, as it exists today, is a high-density, high-intensity mixed-use district in Osteen. That is its future land use. That's what it's zoned for. It allows for the current existing agricultural and industrial uses to exist, but it's essentially a document that says we want to be a kind of like modern, walkable kind of urban area. So that's what it's zoned today. The Joint Planning Agreement is essentially a veto authority. So it allows the county to veto any land use changes in the Osteen local plan on the city side, and the city to veto any land use changes on the county side. So anyone who wants to develop in Osteen today needs to develop according to a high-density, high-intensity type development pattern.
But only
Uh,
parts of Osteen.
yes,
I
only
think it's
parts
important
of
to say that. It's a very
Correct.
narrow slither.
Correct.
But it's adjacent to the road. So essentially, the joint planning agreement acts as a check that each government has on the other if they want to make changes, whether increasing density or most likely decreasing the density or intensity to a use. It allows the other government to veto that land use change. So that's essentially the discussion to be had. What do you want to do with the joint planning agreement? What do you want to do with the Osteen local plan, comprehensive plan designation itself?
Oh, okay, Danny, go ahead, and then I'll come back.
No, thank you, Paulo. And Chair, and probably last week I've talked about 20 residents that, and Osteen's actually a pretty good area. You know, it covers more than you would think. But from the people I talk to, they're not necessarily against development like Ms. Swift had called. And she actually said the complete opposite what I would have thought, and said, hey, we want amenities, something like a walkable community, and everybody's kind of comparing this little niche like DeBerry has, because I believe it's probably a good model. But any of these major roads you'll see along 44 or 415, that's where you want those businesses in higher intensity. You don't want it in our transitional areas, like if you go down Maytown Road, or if you head back towards Lake Monroe. You don't want it in there. So those where this development is possibly proposed, from what I understand, that's what the residents had put in place. So it is isolated, so it doesn't trickle into the rural or transitional areas and encroach in in the rural community, the rural part of Osteen. But that's all. There's a mixed bag, but I think the biggest voices are saying amenities, and we want to make sure that JPA is being followed.
If I may, one more, Chair?
Sure.
And you're right, I think, Polo, you pointed that out well. The density is intense in there, as it was written. It's really high. There's also been attempts to lower the density from certain parcels of land there to make it less than what they could do today. And years ago, this council, not this council, denied a density decrease in the JPA. And I believe, I think the response from what I heard from the developer was that, okay, I'll make up a number. We wanted 600 units, but you're telling us we have to build 1,000, right? So those are not exact numbers. Don't take them that way. But because of that veto power. But they can build today under the existing Osteen overlay, I think that's the word you use, and the JPA, without coming to the county council if they use the existing land use.
Yes. I think that's exactly what they did. They just switched the development form.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring some historical perspective to that.
Okay. Understand. Danny, were you done? I would maybe suggest, Paulo, that I'd be glad to hold a town hall down there if you would work into the evening and come down, because there is, I have also heard from Tina Swift, and there is no doubt I think she would like along the corridor with Skip's Boots to have a nice downtown. But for some reason, I think all the council's getting him. All the emails are coming in, including from Tina Swift, against this housing development. So I would like for them to be able to ask questions. How can they control their own destiny?
Sure. I'd have to coordinate with the growth management department. They have the kind of nuts and bolts, and a good chunk of them were there at the time. So we'll.
Okay.
Can I ask a
Well,
question
they
to that?
they could come as well. Yes.
Does that pose, I'm just drawing some potential concerns, does that pose any potential prejudices with a land use hearing that may or may not come before us?
I think, I want to interject here, yes.
what I
The
thought.
problem is, with that now already scheduled and
Yes.
and before us, you know, my advice would be then you need to move.
Through the
you need to-
process.
You need to table that when it gets here to give more time for us to have any kind of public meeting.
Or do it afterwards.
Yeah.
Right,
but
take
that's what-
right, you can take action and then have.
Mike,
the
you got a
meeting.
slot in your legal team?
Yeah, I just remember, I think David, I think this is when you were vice mayor of Deltona, right?
I was, yes.
And I just started with the county, so it's like 20 years ago. And there is a lot of history to how we in the city of Deltona have ended up where we are with the Osteen local plan and the JPA. And it all started, I shouldn't say started, but it really was a result of, there was an annexation challenge that the county filed.
3 challenges.
Yeah, 3. And the concern was that Osteen would lose its rural character. And so I think Deltona, you would speak to it better than me. Their position was they needed that to establish a downtown area and provide amenities to their citizens. And so it ended up with this compromise, I think, as you said, David, Mr. San Diego, where you had this area where it had higher density to protect the other rural areas. And you have this joint planning agreement where the city and county are both basically need their consent for certain land use decisions. So, you know, it took a long time to get to where we are. I'm not saying it shouldn't change, but that litigation was definitely a big part of, I think, how the county and Deltona ended up coming to some resolution, and they did so through these documents. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, thank you.
It's accurate.
And what's coming before you is a comprehensive plan amendment with a companion rezoning. So widest discretion on the comprehensive plan portion.
Chair, that was just to follow up and close this out. That was my earlier suggestion that we do this in a methodical, calculated, surgical manner where we don't encounter some of the challenges that we did with, for instance, the fuel terminal and a couple other ones where it actually legally caught up to us, and I think we all understand why. I don't want to see that happen again, and I just want to make sure that we do it in a manner that's good for everybody and factual based.
Yeah, well, factual basis, that's why I suggest that we go to the people, because populations have changed, but there's old-time residents and new residents that are saying stop the development here, and then there's even some of those saying, but give us a downtown. So I just want to get them the information that, you know, what's set up now, why it is the way it is, and if they want to change it, this is what you'd have to do. And we can do that after this comes before us. So, anyway, last thing, Director Kalem, can you just give us a brief insight of what it was like? We just had a historic event happen at the airport, at Speedway, Daytona 500. The President of the United States came and he flew into our airport. What did you have to do to allow that to happen? Don talked about all of the Riddle students flying around.
Lots of coordination, and once again, that coordination came through with our stakeholders as well. They reached out to NASCAR and the Daytona International Speedway, and we've already had consistent dialogue that the last time the president came, or before he was president in 2020, when he came through, you know, we had to, well, no, he was president then. Well, we had to make coordinated efforts to make sure that we were able to adhere to Secret Services requirements and make sure that, you know, everyone that was involved in that knew where they needed to be and what they needed to do. And so we had our pre-race meeting with the idea that there could be a chance that the president would come, and so we were able to flex and make sure that we were able to accommodate Secret Service appropriately. So we had that done. We had the Thunderbirds that were there. Thunderbirds came in the Thursday before the race, and they did some performances. The Q meeting, we were able to end the Q meeting in time for the Thunderbirds to come out and do a performance for, not necessarily for the visitors at the Q, but the timing worked out just right that the visitors were able to witness some of their pre-race day training, and then we had a couple of other events that were coordinated with that as well. The airlines added extra sections. Monday, we actually had probably a near record back to the days when GE was operating at the airport in the 90s. We had 3,200 passengers leave the airport. The security checkpoint, the TSA, operated seamlessly and flawlessly with wait times that only maximized out at about 10 minutes. So just to imagine, you know, some of our competitor airports and trying to push passengers through at that volume, our TSA team and stakeholders and everyone worked together very well to make sure we were able to accommodate the passengers the best way that we could, in addition to all the other events taking place. So.
Wow. Great. So did the president ever make it into our airport, or did a limo sweep him away as soon as he?
The limos sweep him away. So
as soon as he landed.
Yeah, you know, that's one of the things with how, you know, secure that operation needs to be. You want to kind of keep him in the motorcade, take him to where he needs to go, and then quick turnaround. So. Right.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Don Dempsey.
As long as you're up here, sorry, real quick question. Any chance we're ever going to get Wings and Waves back or any air shows out at the airport in the near future?
I don't know. So the big question with that is going to be with sponsorship, because, you know, that does come with a heavy lift. And my understanding is Embry-Riddle was involved with that. And then they haven't been lately, so there may be some opportunities. I know the Convention and Visitors Bureau were exploring the opportunity of having re-engaged with some promoters, but finding a sponsor for that is going to be essential for that to take place. Yep.
Yep. Thank you. Is that it? Good meeting, council, good debate, and we are adjourned at 8:48.